We need a court reporter. All right, Madam Reporter, you ready? All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, and Mr. Kellberg and Ms. Lewis. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm here to simply schedule a hearing or two hearings on motions that were filed last week. One of those was filed by Hank Goldberg last Thursday to preclude the testimony of the defense expert Herbert McDonald for discovery violations, and as an additional ground, though it may not be addressed in the motion, lack of foundation for his testimony. That was served on counsel last Thursday, and I'm wondering what...
Excuse me, counsel, can we have a quiet, please?
I'm wondering what the court's convenience is on the scheduling. Now, I should mention that they've listed him as potentially coming up as early as Wednesday, and since we feel that he should not be allowed to testify at all on a dual basis of inadequate foundation and discovery violations, I think this would be useful to both sides to resolve as soon as possible.
Mr. Douglas, when do you anticipate this witness testimony?
Your Honor, I haven't seen that motion. I was asking Mr. Cochran if he'd seen it. I haven't.
It was served upon Mr. Shapiro, I'm told, by Diana Martinez.
When, counsel?
When it was served Thursday.
All right, Mr. Douglas, do you know when you anticipate this witness being called?
Your Honor, I anticipate it being called sometime on Wednesday. Can we have a hearing perhaps tomorrow afternoon?
All right,
What time, Your Honor?
1:30. 1:30.
Thank you. The other...
Excuse me, 1 o'clock.
The other motion has to do with collateral impeachment witnesses regarding Detective Furman. That was filed and served last Friday. The defense initially had some such witnesses on a short list, then removed them. So I'm not sure what their timing is, or their expectation with regard to those witnesses, but we do need to have that resolved, of course.
I think Friday, Your Honor, would be the appropriate day for that motion. Those witnesses will likely not be called until next week.
All right. Let's see, that is the 21st. I seem to recollect we have another matter set the 21st in the afternoon. All right, we'll make it the 21st then at 1:30. All right.
All right, I think that does it. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lewis. Mr. Douglas, you have a matter?
Your Honor, yes, and we can deal with it now or perhaps this afternoon. It concerns the testimony of the nurse Thano Paradas. I submitted this morning to the court an affidavit from Mr. Paradas' doctor.
Right, I received it. I have not. I've been in chambers with counsel on other matters. I have not had the opportunity to read it.
Yes, Your Honor. In a nutshell, the motion seeks to declare Mr. Paradas unavailable and seeks to allow the introduction of his preliminary hearing testimony by video and portions of his grand jury testimony to be read. We would like that could be resolved today so that we can edit the tape and have that for presentation to the jury tomorrow afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Out of curiosity, what's your theory of admissibility of grand jury testimony?
That it's being offered against the party who introduced the testimony at the actual proceeding, the earlier proceeding, that it is sworn testimony. We are simply seeking the grand jury portion to reinforce the preliminary hearing testimony concerning the amount of blood that was withdrawn, the approximately 8 cc's. 1291A2, I believe it is.
All right. Ms. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Goldberg will be best able to address this. I think that we can take live testimony from Mr. Paradas. Yes, I do. We've had contact with him in the past couple of days, and it's not clear at all that this declaration by the physician is dispositive. I understand that the defense does not want to allow Mr. Paradas to testify live to modify his testimony or explain what actually occurred when he drew Mr. Simpson's blood, but the people think it's very important that the jury get the truth of this matter and that the jury be informed of what actually transpired.
We're talking about holding a 240 availability
Yes.
hearing here. All right. When do you anticipate being able to do that, since this was just filed today?
if I may make a phone call, I was just handed this morning as well. If I may call Mr. Goldberg, we have been working on this issue, as a matter of fact, to see when Mr. Paradas would be available and able to testify and in what manner. I can call Mr. Goldberg now. I can find out for the court immediately.
No, I would suggest, why don't you just advise the court at the, after the lunch hour?
Okay, sure.
And counsel today, the lunch hour will go until 1:30.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Just for the record, Your Honor, Mr. Pradas had a triple bypass surgery.
Well, counsel, I understand that he's had some medical problems, but we'll take it up when we have the hearing.
Very well.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, there was one other thing I wanted to mention that I forgot. In a footnote in my brief with regard to the collateral impeachment witnesses, I asked to see the court in camera ex parte, and what I'm going to do is submit that under seal.
Right. Well, thank you. Give it to Mrs. Robertson. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody looks fit and rested after a weekend. All right, Dr. Heisinger, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good morning again, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, you're reminded, sir, you are still under oath, and Mr. Kelberg, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Doctor, I want to ask you if you would look at your original report of June 15th, which is marked as Exhibit 507, and page 2, acute problem number 2. I'm going to ask Mr. Fairlow to put this back up, and he's got it right where I'd like it. There's a topic heading of night sweats. Do you recall testifying about that, I think in response to Mr. Shapiro's direct examination?
Yes, I do.
And Doctor, this description was provided to you by Mr. Simpson on June 15th, 1994. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Now, Doctor, night sweats by definition are circumstances in which a person awakens, usually in the middle of the night, dripping wet, correct?
That is correct.
It is not a situation of a person who is in an awakened state perspiring.
Typically not.
So, and Mr. Farrell, I think we're done with that. So, for example, Doctor, I want you to assume there's been testimony in this court from a limousine driver, Mr. Park, that he picked up Mr. Simpson on June 12, 1994 at Mr. Simpson's Rockingham estate, roughly around 11 o'clock at night. And that as Mr. Simpson is getting into the car and through the course of the drive to Los Angeles International Airport and as to getting out of the car, Mr. Simpson appeared to be sweating, complained of being hot, asked that the air conditioning be turned on, had the windows rolled down. Assuming that testimony has been given here, Doctor, that would not be the product of the night sweats Mr. Simpson was complaining of to you on June 15th, correct?
Well,
You may answer the question, Doctor.
No, I would have to disagree with that because he complained of night sweats, but when you sweat at night, that may also indicate episodes of sweating during the day. And there are many other reasons, including lymphoma and various infectious disease and rheumatologic diseases that can cause sweats, possibly predominantly at night, where a doctor may mistakenly call them night sweats, but that in fact there may be thermal regulation problems and temperature variations at other times in the day.
Well, doctor, though, you understood the night sweats to be based on the complaints that he was waking up in the middle of the night dripping wet with sweat over the last 30-day period, right?
That's exactly correct.
He was not complaining that during the day when he was up and about he was sweating unnaturally, correct?
He did not complain of flushing or things that I would consider endocrine pheochromosoma type symptoms. However, his history under the circumstances was rather trying.
Well, trying, doctor? What do you mean his history under the circumstance was trying? You were trying to get from him a detailed history, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in what fashion would you describe it as trying on Mr. Simpson to ask about his medical history?
He was obviously in a 2-hour period, and then in the next encounter on the 17th, another hour or so. The vast majority of that time was talking about, obviously, his acute stress and problems of that nature, in addition to obviously going over every possible cause of the sweats, which I viewed as one of his 2 top problems, so that obviously to go back and to try to differentiate between night sweats and any of the other causes that can cause sweats at night and sweats during the day is probably not all that important. And very frankly, Mr. Simpson, given the fact that he was sleep deprived, was not being as sharp as he might otherwise have been in giving a very clear and lucid history.
When you say not as sharp as he might have been, you had never seen Mr. Simpson before June 15, 1994 as a physician. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You have no basis, no baseline basis as of June 15, 1994 to assess the sharpness of Mr. Simpson's ability to recall his medical history. Correct?
No, that's absolutely incorrect. There were parts during my physical, I mean, obviously when somebody comes in with a complaint, a severe complaint, they're going to be very attentive, and there were periods that he was so sleep deprived that he almost fell asleep right in my office. We essentially had to give him coffee and get him up and moving because he was just really so sleep deprived and so distraught at that point in time. So it was not an optimal time to elicit very detailed medical details.
Doctor, are you familiar with a drug called Xanax?
Yes, I am.
What is that drug, doctor?
Xanax is a medication that affects the secretion of acid in the stomach.
And what is the general purpose of taking
Xanax or Zantac? Excuse me.
Xanax.
Oh, Xanax.
X-A-N-A-X.
Okay. Xanax is a anti-anxiety medication.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Simpson taking Xanax as of June 15, 1994?
To my knowledge, based on what he told me, he was not taking Xanax. I didn't get that history, no.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Doctor, were you ever apprised that in a duffel bag searched on June 17, 1994, a full bottle of Xanax was found?
No one has ever told me that. I've never been apprised of that in any way.
Now, doctor, in your page 2 of your report, you say on this night sweats issue, the patient admits to a month-long history of nocturnal sweats severe enough to awaken him and require him to towel off his entire body, then go to sleep or other non-soaked side of the bed without associated flushing or known fever, right?
That's correct.
Now, if a person had an influenza and develops a fever, you would expect to see chills initially as the fever escalates, right?
During the evolving phase of the fever as it's going up, you're right, you would typically see chills.
And then as the fever breaks, and the reason you have the chill sensation is because your body, being warmer than its normal temperature, is sensing a chilliness to the environment around it.
No, that's absolutely incorrect. What happens when you get a chill is as the temperature goes up, your brain, for a variety of reasons, maybe it's saying, hey, there's an infection, and the infection can't live at 104 degrees, but my body can. So what the body does is it makes you chill, it makes you shake, and that generates heat, and that's the body's mechanism to raise your temperature. So no, that's an incorrect explanation of that phenomenon, I believe.
All right, doctor, would you agree that as the fever breaks, that one then experiences sweats as the temperature of the body starts coming down to the normal temperature.
Typically, you will sweat as the temperature comes down as a means of evaporating so that you can lose that heat.
Did you ever, prior to June 15, 1994, receive any information as to what temperatures Mr. Simpson had over the period of, let's say, June 10th through June 15th?
No, he did not take his temperature, to my knowledge, any of these times, so we had no information there.
And he denied having a fever, correct?
He did not feel that he had a fever. On the other hand, people can have temperatures that are quite high and not know them, and then you go, gee, your temperature is 102, and they go, oh, really?
But the temperature you took was 98.9, right?
That is correct.
And that's within the normal range of
I
temperature.
think that's a couple of ticks higher, but I'd have to call that a normal temperature.
Well, if there's been testimony received in this trial that people who have evaluated temperatures in bodies for the purposes of estimating time of death have given as a normal range of temperatures that rise even a degree above 98.6, would you have any reason to disagree with that assessment?
No, I wouldn't. Actually, there's a circadian pattern of temperature, and your body temperature hits a nadir or low point usually at night, and it may be a little bit warmer in the afternoon. So absolutely, it can vary quite a bit.
Now, doctor, I want you to assume hypothetically that on June 12, 1994, at between 10:15 and 10:30, Mr. Simpson murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman in a very brief and violent assault. He then hurried back to his house and arrived sometime about 10 to 11 to 11 o'clock at night. He then rushed around to get his materials together, to get into the limousine, to rush to Los Angeles Airport, to catch an airplane to go to Chicago. Assuming such hypothetical circumstances, doctor, would that be a basis to cause sweating in a human being who is feeling perfectly healthy otherwise?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Doctor, assuming that Mr. Simpson had engaged in vigorous physical activity within an hour of being observed by the limousine driver to be sweating, to complain of being hot, would that be a basis for someone to be sweating?
There are many causes of sweating, one of which is athletic endeavors or the use of your muscles over a certain threshold.
And would it be correct, doctor, that the more vigorous the physical activity, the more sweating one might expect?
Given the humidity, given the patient's level of hydration, I think that that's generally a pretty reasonable assumption.
And is it also correct, doctor, that when people are rushing around trying to meet a deadline, that they tend to perspire?
They may. On the other hand, some people that rush around that are extremely nervous or apprehensive may get cold hands and may have kind of an opposite effect. But I think in generalities, I can't quibble with that.
And so, doctor, if one were to evaluate Mr. Park's testimony that Mr. Simpson was sweating and complained of being hot, asked for the air conditioning to be turned on and so forth, that would not be consistent with your alternative definition of night sweats as being a circumstance other than the usual case of awakening in the middle of the night, right?
I'm going to ask you to rephrase the question,
All
counsel.
right. Doctor, you said initially that night sweats are typically associated with people waking up sweating profusely, right?
Night sweats are. I wasn't sure what the heck he had. I was still searching for why he was sweating. I put down night sweats because that's what I got out of him under those trying situations. I had no idea what the cause was, and eventually, when I came to my best guess as to the cause, that sort of sweating may occur during the day.
Well, doctor, what literature are you relying upon to support your conclusion that night sweats, which might be related to an infection which may be the cause for the enlarged lymph nodes, would lead to daytime night sweats, if using the term loosely, rather than the traditionally understood definition of night sweats as awakening in the middle of the night, dripping wet?
Overruled.
You may answer the question, doctor.
My in arrears impression
And
of
I hate
his-
to move to strike, but the question was, what literature was he relying upon?
Doctor, would you answer? That is true.
What, if any, literature?
standard textbooks.
Which one?
the current standard library book on rheumatoid arthritis and rheumatic disease lists that during episodes where rheumatic disease, specifically rheumatoid arthritis, is beginning to kick up again, some of the signs may include low-grade temperature elevation, sweating, and adenopathy lymph nodes. That's my best guess as to what was going on with him, but there are other explanations, and very frankly, unlike what some people would try to insinuate, there aren't simple blood tests that can diagnose rheumatoid arthritis or other diseases. So that's my best guess, but I don't have absolute concrete evidence of what the cause was.
Doctor, at a recess, would you please advise defense counsel of what book it is and see if somebody can perhaps have it faxed over if you have it in your library
Sure.
or something, so that we can have the page or pages you're referring to. But in the meantime, you told us on Friday that in your opinion, Mr. Simpson was not in fact suffering from an acute onset of rheumatoid arthritis on June 15th, correct?
That's absolutely incorrect, because what I believe I said, and I may have been in some kind of a zone, was that he had some atypical features. His C-reactive protein was negative, his RA quant was negative, and his sedimentation rate at 24 was lower than I certainly would expect for an acute flare. However, were that it was so easy, these are tools that help you diagnose rheumatoid arthritis, and you have to kind of evaluate the entire patient. And I think it's still a very difficult, tough call, but given the entire, American Rheumatiz, Association's criteria, there's 7 different criteria. C-reactive protein's not on there, sedimentation's not on there. They're just too insensitive and nonspecific to qualify for diagnosing rheumatoid arthritis. So you have to rely on clinical symptoms, of which he had some very striking, X-ray evidence, and the fact that he's had 2 biopsies, one of his left knee and one of his right axilla, that are consistent with rheumatoid arthritis. I'm not a rheumatologist. I've never pretended to be. I'm his doctor. I try to be the general that coordinates, but that's my best assumption based on what I've heard.
You were his doctor for the first time on June 15th, 1994, isn't that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
And in fact, doctor, from all the records you've obtained, when was the last time Mr. Simpson saw any other doctor?
He last saw, he never had a quote-unquote doctor. He had an orthopedic specialist, Dr. Frank Jobe, who he saw in July, I believe it's 1993. And at that time, Dr. Jobe, an orthopedic specialist, felt that OJ was in an acute rheumatoid arthritis flare, and then immediately sent him to Dr. Maltz.
Strike, that was not the question.
Stricken. Jury's to disregard.
Doctor, would you please listen to my question?
Okay.
My question was, when, prior to June 15th, 1994, did Mr. Simpson last see a physician?
He saw a physician, he saw 2 different physicians, Frank Jobe, an orthopedist, and Dr. Maltz, a rheumatologist, on July 13, 1993.
And so your examination is taking place 11 months since his last examination by any physician, at least to your knowledge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you said you had these blood tests ordered on June 15th, 1994, which included the RA quant and the CRP, C-reactive protein, right?
Yes.
And they came back negative in both cases, right?
Correct.
You also said that you did not detect bilateral swelling, which would be the traditional thing to see an acute episode of rheumatoid arthritis, right?
That would be one of the traditional signs, exactly.
So, doctor, is it your statement that on June 15th, 1990...
Let me correct that. He did have bilateral elbow problems, and he did have problems on both hands that were difficult to differentiate. Osteoarthritis and rheumatoid arthritis can sometimes merge. It can be a very difficult call. What's a hard joint? What's a boggy joint? And to the best of my knowledge, when I saw him, I did not believe he was having a flare. It was only in arrears that I came to that assumption. I did not feel, I thought it was mostly or all osteoarthritis when I saw him. Number one, he wasn't complaining of joint pain. He wasn't sent to me for joint pain. He didn't get sent to me. He didn't say he had a problem with his joints. I just detected it watching him limp and just saying, what's going on in this regard? He never complained of weak grip, of bad knees, of bad wrists. I picked that up. He kind of just shrugged everything off. That wasn't why I was examining him. That was just a total aside.
you said weak grip? Is that what you said, doctor?
I said he was not complaining of weak grip. He
Well,
was not.
You found it was a normal grip.
That's exactly right. I'm explaining that he wasn't complaining of joint problems.
And-
I found joint problems. He didn't come in saying, gee, I'm limping, I can't walk, make the pain go away. He basically shrugged those problems off.
Let me invite your attention and counsel's attention. This is from the real-time transcript, so I'm not sure how one finds it. It's from the disc printed out on page 397. And the question asked was, again, this would suggest that Mr. Simpson did not have an acute episode of rheumatoid arthritis, correct? And your answer was it would be on that side.
Okay.
Recall that?
I do,
Were
but
you
this
asked
is
that
why
question?
this yes-no stuff doesn't get information across. This is what I said. I said,
Excuse me, doctor. The question was, do you recollect that, giving that answer to that question?
yes, I do.
Next question.
Doctor, do you consider yourself an advocate for Mr. Simpson?
I consider myself Mr. Simpson's doctor. When someone comes into my office, I'm their doctor.
Do you? I'm sorry.
I would not in any way lie, but my job is to be his doctor and take care of his health. That's my duty.
Would you agree that your examination on the 15th was an unusual circumstance of seeing a patient for the first time?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Shapiro, who was, I think you said, your partner's patient,
Correct.
brought Mr. Simpson to see you. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
And would it be accurate to say, doctor, that you had socialized with Mr. Shapiro from what you said last Friday?
I think that would be a stretch. He was at the Lyle Alzado benefit, and I've seen him at probably 2 charity functions, so I've seen him very cursorily on 3 social occasions, basically the same number of times I've been at a social occasion with Gil Garcetti. So, I mean, I don't...
That's 3 more than I've been with Mr. Garcetti, I can assure you.
I don't consider myself a social acquaintance of his.
Well, you used the term socializing in your direct examination, didn't you, doctor?
He asked, had we socialized? And I believe my answer was, no, not really. I've seen you at a couple of quote-unquote events. He's the auctioneer for a charity both of our wives belong to. And that's essentially the other 2 times I've seen him at functions. Have not sat with him, have not talked with him. We're acquaintances.
Let me see if I can find the examination. On page 317 of the printout. Would you describe us as social friends? Question, answer. We have seen each other at several outings, but I would say it is more professional than social.
I agree with that statement.
All right. Now, doctor, had you ever seen Mr. Shapiro in the absence of your partner as a patient?
Yes, I have.
Now, doctor, would you agree that a lot of what you're trying to do on the 15th, besides taking a history, is to interpret these findings that you're observing?
Sure, I observe things and I try to interpret them. That's a fair statement.
And much of medical interpretation is subjective in nature, is it not, doctor?
I think that there is a degree of subjectiveness, and blood tests don't tell all that much in many instances.
Well, for example, the grip test, for example, you said you didn't use any kind of objective measuring device, you didn't have one, so you had the test as you demonstrated with me, and you felt that he had normal grip strength. That's a subjective evaluation, is it not, doctor?
Yes, it is.
Now, doctor, would it be accurate to say that even if one consciously did not want to be influenced in how they evaluate a patient, there can be subconscious influences that cause a person to be biased?
If it's subconscious, I wouldn't be aware of it, so it's difficult for me to comment on that.
Well, doctor, would you agree that your relationship with Mr. Shapiro, at least on the surface, carries the possibility that in your subjective evaluations of the patient, you may be subconsciously biased to make findings that will please Mr. Shapiro or help Mr. Shapiro's client?
All medical patients are referred by other people, typically in your
John,
practice.
I
and
have to move to strike. It's non-responsive to the question.
Oh, he can answer the way he wants. That goes to bias.
All right.
Counsel. Doctor, continue your answer.
When you see a patient, either you've got it or you don't. Either you're going to be an honest evaluator and try to use the experience you've had and try to use the proficiency you've demonstrated in your training, and hopefully you care about people and you're going to do the best job you can. And that's really all that I tried to do.
Well, doctor, did you consider the possibility that you should tell Mr. Shapiro, look it, you should get a doctor who does not know you as a patient, who has no relationship whatsoever with you as a patient, who has no relationship with Mr. Simpson, so that that doctor would be in the best position to be fair and objective in evaluating Mr. Simpson? Did you ever say that to Mr. Shapiro?
No, I never said that to him.
Did you ever consider that possibility?
No, I never considered that possibility.
And doctor, did you ever feel that it was part of your responsibility to try and prepare a defense for Mr. Simpson to the charges?
No, absolutely not.
Would it be accurate to say that the exam on the 15th was in fact an effort to start preparing a defense to anticipated charges?
Sustained.
Doctor, did you believe, you said it was a somewhat unusual circumstance, did you believe that the focus of that examination on the 15th was in part to start preparing a possible defense in the event Mr. Simpson was charged?
Two sub-answers to that. Number one, if I would have thought that, obviously the first thing I should have done is documented any infirmity in terms of these orthopedic problems to the nth degree. That's really not the tact I took. I took the tact to address his mental status problems and his insomnia and his difficulty handling this incredible stress that maybe no other human being short of Job has endured. And number two, to address a problem that I felt was potentially life-threatening, and that was an acute lymph node under his arm associated with night sweats and clubbing, and I went after that. That had nothing to do with this incident, and that's where all my attention and energy was focused during this initial several weeks. And when he even went into the jailhouse and the physician there initially said he didn't have a lymph node, all my efforts were aimed in that direction, which I think had nothing to do with the defense. I think they probably wished I would go away. I just, took pictures of the cuts, and, obviously I just wanted everything documented in that regard. But I did really, I followed the advice of somebody that gave me a long time ago, and that's that you treat all patients the same. The minute you start doing special stuff for special patients, you get yourself into a heap of trouble as a doctor.
I just want to be clear in your answer. Is it your characterization that Mr. Simpson is in a situation which, to your knowledge, only Job has suffered more?
I think the pressure that was on him, for whatever reason, was a tremendous weight, the change in his life status that very few, if any, people have experienced, in my opinion.
And if he had murdered two human beings, Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ronald Goldman, would that be the kind of thing that would cause a great weight to be on a man's shoulders?
Well,
You may answer the question, doctor.
If someone hypothetically killed someone, they certainly would have a great weight on their shoulders.
I'm asking, you've described Mr. Simpson, I'm asking you, assuming he had done that, would that be, in your opinion, a great weight on Mr. Simpson's shoulder to bear? Not a hypothetical anyone, but Mr. Simpson.
sustained. Sustained.
Doctor, may I approach your honor?
You may.
Do you have the note, for reference, is page 484 of the materials. Do you have this note in the original, doctor?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I ask that this page 484 be marked as People's Exhibit, I think it's 511.
511. Sure that Mr. Shapiro.
I mentioned the page from the discovery. And if we could lower it, Mr. No, I'm sorry. Doctor, can you see that? Do you have the copy of this letter?
I
material?
definitely wrote it. I
No,
don't know what
excuse me.
happened to it.
The question is, do you have a copy of the letter that we're seeing on the screen? Not the small, what appears maybe to be a Post-it sticker entry, but the actual letter.
I don't have a copy of that.
Isn't it normal practice for a physician to keep a copy of any letter that they sent to an attorney regarding a patient of the doctor's?
I don't have it.
No, my question, doctor, is, isn't it the usual practice to keep a copy of any such letter?
I don't deal with legal matters, so I think that we try to keep all of our letters.
Well, doctor, in your training as a physician, haven't you been trained that you save basically any correspondence regarding the patient?
Yes, I think that's a good habit.
And what, if any, explanation do you have for not having the February 5th, 1995 letter to Mr. Douglas?
This is my best remembrance of that. I was told right around January that there was some kind of flap about my records. So I was called by Carl Douglas, and he said, "We're not going to release your medical records. We want a statement. We want a 1 or 2 or 3 page, we want a 1-page statement that summarizes your findings." So I typed up a 1-page statement summarizing my findings and then put a little sticker on the top and said, "Is this the kind of thing that you're looking for? Is this thorough enough?" Obviously, you can't say much in 1 page. Do you want more detail? That's basically the gist of that. And that was something that was requested of me by Mr. Douglas on the phone.
So, doctor, in your opinion, this doesn't reflect that you were an advocate for Mr. Simpson in asking one of his lawyers whether this represented the kind of statement he sought?
No, absolutely not. Basically, in my mind, it was he wanted me to summarize my entire findings, and I didn't know if that was too much or too little detail. I knew that it was all truthful. I just didn't know if he wanted me to expand or contract, because he had some problems with some of my chart, apparently.
Mr. Shapiro, pages 465 and 466.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. May I approach again?
You may.
Doctor, showing you, first of all, what is marked as page 465. These are the materials that we received from the defense.
Uh-huh.
By the way, before I forget, you did write that note, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's on Exhibit 511.
You're referring to what appears to be a Post-it note.
Correct.
Now, this document, July 6, 1994, did you write this letter to Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of this letter in your file?
Yes, I do.
And let me show you what is, it's going to be marked in just a second. Show you page 466 of the material, July 28, 1994 letter. Did you send this letter to a colleague of Mr. Shapiro's, Ms. Kaplan?
It looks like I sent it to Robert Shapiro, right, and Sarah. Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you have a copy of this letter in
Yes,
your
I do.
file? Doctor, would you explain why you kept copies of these 2 letters and did not keep a copy of the later letter of February 5, 1995 that is up on the board as Exhibit 511?
I probably have it somewhere in my office if I dug. This chart, as you can see, is getting pretty unwieldy, so I bet if I really dug around and looked, I could find it. But I don't believe, I just went through it last Friday, and I don't believe I have it. I may. I would have no reason to dispose it, that's for sure.
All right, doctor's referring to what appears to be about a 4 to 5 inch stack of papers.
Doctor, when did you first get apprised you were going to testify?
I was first told, I don't know, I think beginning of June, something like that.
Of 1995.
1995, right.
And were you told that it would be important to have all your records together?
No, I was really never given any such instructions.
In your practice, is it your practice to keep a patient's file altogether so that you have access at any convenient time to review the entire
Absolutely,
file?
yes. Absolutely, yes.
So it wouldn't be your practice to have documents not in this patient's file, right?
Typically not, you know.
You have patients who have files that are much thicker than this one, right?
Not too much.
Not too much thicker or not too many patients.
Not too much thicker.
You could always divide it into a second file if you needed to.
Well, that may have happened. There actually may be, there may be other things that are in, you know, the medical papers that were Xeroxed off about his particular case, and there may be stuff floating there. I'd have to go back and check.
Most of these records that compile your file are not your own personal records, are they?
No, that's correct.
They are the records you've acquired from other physicians who have seen Mr. Simpson.
Correct.
And about how many pages would you estimate your own reports constitute of that file that is presently sitting in front of you, resting in front of you?
40, I don't know, 50?
And that's not a particularly thick patient file, is it?
No, it's not.
So if we set aside the other pages that are due to other doctors' records, Mr. Simpson's file in your possession of your materials is a relatively modest file, is it not?
There have been fatter ones.
Let me ask Mr. Fairwell, and Your Honor, I'd ask then that page 465 be marked as People's Exhibit 512.
512. This is a letter dated,
July 6, 1994, Your Honor.
thank you.
Now, Doctor, you said that you didn't consider yourself that you were an advocate for Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
I considered that as his doctor, that I certainly would be an advocate to get his health situation in as best a shape as I could.
Did you consider that as part of that responsibility, it was to try and get him acquitted of these charges?
No, I really didn't, as a matter of fact.
Would you look, if you would, please, to the last paragraph of that letter directed to Dear Bob, Mr. Shapiro? And for the record, the night sweats Mr. Simpson complained of may be pertinent to the court testimony of the chauffeur, who implied O.J. was quite warm when he got in the limo. We need to follow up on this from a medical standpoint. You wrote that, didn't you, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
The first sentence of that paragraph is not pertinent to your role as a physician trying to identify a medical condition, is it, Doctor?
The first sentence of
That last paragraph that I just read.
the night sweats. I think that the answer is yes and no. The problem was he was in jail. I couldn't get to him. They would not let me in because I didn't have clearance. He had these night sweats. The jail people were saying he didn't have a lymph node, and I felt that his medical condition needed evaluation.
Doctor, my question was, and maybe you can explain how that answer indicates that your first sentence of that last paragraph, the night sweats Mr. Simpson complained of, may be pertinent to the court testimony of the chauffeur who implied O.J. was quite warm when he got in the limo.
He may be having fevers during the day that even he wasn't aware of.
That Mr. Simpson wasn't aware of.
It may be a sign of something. He really wasn't complaining of a whole lot. As I said, he wasn't complaining of the joint problems. And all of that added to my worry that he had some sort of infection, cancer, or some other etiology of not only night sweats, but possibly fevers during the day.
Doctor, were you aware of the preliminary hearing that involved Mr. Simpson initially in a court like this, but without a jury, where testimony was presented? Were you aware of it as it was ongoing?
I was aware of some of it. I would periodically read the newspapers, absolutely.
In fact, this letter is written in the course of that preliminary hearing, isn't it?
I would assume so, right, if it mentioned that episode where he testified that someone testified he was sweating during the day, because I obviously picked up on that.
And that's why you wanted to make sure Mr. Shapiro was aware of it, so that he may be able to use your medical finding for his legal purposes in defending Mr. Simpson. Isn't that why you included it, sir?
I don't believe that I did, but that's my opinion.
Let me ask, if I could, Your Honor, for page 466, which is dated July 28th of 94, to be marked as exhibit, I think we're 513.
People's 513.
And this time, if we could, again, just so we could see the heading. Mr. Fairlow, could we? Thanks. This is a letter you sent on July 28th, 1994 to Mr. Shapiro to the attention of his colleague, Ms. Kaplan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's addressed Dear Sarah. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could ask Mr. Fairlow, let's drop down to the end of that, if we could, please. Item number 5 under the summary. As I previously discussed with Dr. M. Bodden, that's Dr. Michael Bodden, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that he's a forensic pathologist, correct? Correct, doctor?
That's correct.
OJ's severe left wrist arthritis and resultant marked decreased mobility of that joint may have implications for the forensic pathologist. You sent that in the letter, doctor?
Yes, I did.
Now, that has nothing to do with your role as a physician taking care of Mr. Simpson's medical problems, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't.
That's an advocate trying to suggest a possible avenue of defense to be used by another physician, Dr. Bodden, the forensic pathologist, correct?
Dr. Bodden and I, can you restate your question?
Your Honor, if possible, I know I speak quickly and I don't want to ask the reporter if it's too difficult. I'll re-ask it if it is, but if possible, I'd ask that it be reread.
You have it there before you.
The question is, doctor, again referring to that item 5, that is an advocate trying to suggest a possible avenue of defense to be used by another physician, Dr. Bodden, the forensic pathologist, correct?
Dr. Bodden and I were discussing various things when we were at Robert Kardashian's house on the 17th. In those discussions, those issues were asked of me, and those are the way that I replied.
Doctor, my question, though, is that has nothing to do with treating his medical condition as a physician, does it?
That has nothing to do with that, correct?
It has to do with trying to help him defend against the charges he faced, right?
It was in response to my conversation with Dr. Bodden.
Well, doctor,
Questions that he had asked me.
excuse me, doctor, you said you were with Dr. Bodden on June 17th, 1994, correct?
Correct.
The date of this letter is July 28th, 1994.
Right.
Dr. Bodden hadn't suddenly called you up before you sent this letter and said, I need some more information on this, right? He hadn't done that.
Dr. Bodden had called me on several occasions asking me questions.
Do you have any record of those conversations in your file, doctor?
No, I don't have any record.
Is there any note-taking that you made even if you didn't keep it?
No, there wasn't. They were basically questions about could I draw blood tests from various people in our office.
That was the substance of the calls from Dr.
Of those
Bodden?
calls, in addition to my discussing his arthritis problems, which they saw since we were all at the house together on the 17th, and we took photos together, retook photos of his cuts, and those questions were asked of me. I was there. They asked me these various questions, and I responded and followed through on some of the questions they asked me in these letters.
But you hadn't been specifically requested, had you, doctor, before sending the July 28th letter, to put it in writing to remind Dr. Bodden that there may be significance to this? You did this on your own accord, isn't that correct?
This is basically the note-taking that I did, right, to commiserate what had happened on that earlier conversation, absolutely.
Commiserate?
To put down on paper what we had discussed at that earlier date.
And you may have misspoken unintentionally, but your definition of commiserate, doctor.
Yeah, that was a misspeak.
Your understanding, though, of the definition of commiserate is?
That's not what I meant.
Well, my question to you is, sir, what is your definition of the word commiserate?
Commiserate is when you kind of tell sad tales together and hold hands.
Trying to buck everybody up in tough times?
Yeah, that is not, basically, he was asking me questions. He was working on the case, and obviously, they were calling me and asking me various medical questions about their particular areas of expertise, and I tried to respond as honestly as I could, and I certainly wasn't withholding or not mentioning them in letters or any other, typewritten records that I kept.
I think we're done with this document for right now. Mr. Farrell, we'll move back. It's fine.
That is 5:13.
13, I thought it was.
5:13. Mr. Kelberg, 10:45.
10:45?
10:45.
Doctor, briefly again on the grip test, did you do any test to see the maximum grip strength of Mr. Simpson?
No, I did not.
Thought we've been through this already.
We asked if it was normal, but I didn't ask whether he did something to assess the maximum grip strength.
Stand corrected.
Now, doctor, you told Mr. Shapiro on direct that in your opinion Mr. Simpson could hold a knife, right?
Yes, I did.
In either hand, right?
Yes, he can.
Would he also be able, in your opinion, to grab the hair of Nicole Brown Simpson and yank her head back to hyperextend her neck prior to taking a knife and slashing at her throat area? Did he have the strength in his left hand to do that, sir?
Oh,
You may answer the question.
but it's a compound question.
I'll try and simplify it. Doctor, did Mr. Simpson have sufficient strength, in your opinion, to grab the hair of his former wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and yank her head back to fully expose her neck?
If he had his left hand and didn't have to hyperflex back his wrist, he did have motion and strength that was within normal, as I put on my exam, with the exception of he was unable to fully extend the elbow, but his flexion was normal on my exam, and his strength was normal on my exam.
So my question still, which has not been answered, doctor, is could he, with his left hand, have grabbed the hair of his ex-wife and pulled her head back?
In a stationary situation, yes.
And when stationary, I want you to assume she is collapsed on the walkway in front of her condominium. That's the kind of condition you're talking about, right?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, he could do that.
That is correct.
And not only could he do that, doctor, in your opinion, could he then, with his right hand holding a knife, slit her throat? Did he have the strength in his hand to do that?
Given a stationary hypothetical, as you have said, yes, I believe that that would be possible.
Doctor, by the way, did you ask Mr. Simpson if he was right or left-handed?
Yes, I did.
Which is he?
I didn't put that down in here. He's right-handed.
You didn't put that in your report?
I'll have to look. I don't have it written down here that I can see.
Doctor, that would be a pretty significant aspect to find out, wouldn't it, when you're trying to at least evaluate the limitations Mr. Simpson may have due to his arthritic condition that you found?
Yeah, I know he's right-handed, and number two, it's a readily accessible information, so it's not a nuclear secret. So I'm not sure that it's a vital piece to put down, but it would have been helpful, yes.
Well, for example, you found, did you not, that the limitation in dorsiflexion, that's flexing the wrist back, was the left wrist, right?
Correct.
Not the right wrist, right?
That's correct.
And would you agree that if Mr. Simpson were right-handed, that normally he would have at least somewhat greater strength, even if he were healthy between the left and the right hands, he would have greater strength in the right hand than in the left hand?
That's true for most people. Sometimes athletes can be pretty ambidextrous, but I think that's a fair statement.
When did he have the surgery to his left wrist, doctor?
1965.
And when did he start his professional career with the Buffalo Bills?
I don't have that exact date.
How many years did he play?
I don't have those exact dates.
Doctor, if I told you he played 11 years, would that sound pretty reasonable to you?
Was from the late 60s to the early 80s, somewhere in there, yes.
And doctor, so he was playing professional football after he had surgery to that left wrist, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
And if I told you he gained over 11,000 yards rushing, would you accept that as a reasonable representation of his skills as a football player?
Yes, I would.
And that he received, that is, he caught passes for over 2,000 yards? Does that sound reasonable to you?
Sounds reasonable.
Now, doctor, given that status, is it did you do anything to test the relative strengths between the left hand and the right hand? We've talked about normal grip strength, we talked about maximum grip strength, now I'm talking about relative grip strength.
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
I found that they were roughly equal.
And on what basis did you form that opinion? Was that a subjective evaluation from how he gripped your hands?
That's correct. That's why I explained when we did that demonstration last Friday why you do the grip simultaneously so that you can assess one side compared with the other.
So given that he was right-handed, and given that he did not have surgery to his right wrist, and given that you did not find significant limitation of motion of the right wrist vis-a-vis the left wrist, you found that nevertheless he had the same grip strength in his left hand as his right hand. Is that a correct statement?
That's a correct statement.
Doctor, before we get into the photographs on the injuries, I wanted to be clear on something. Mr. Shapiro asked you about your background to evaluate knife cuts and so forth, and you mentioned your tour, if you will, moonlighting in emergency rooms. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Is that the primary basis on which you have the expertise in this area?
That plus working emergency rooms in my training at Harvard Med School, as well as during my internship and residency, as well as seeing cuts during my private practice years subsequent to that.
What percentage of your practice involves seeing cuts?
I'd say it's very small now, but still probably see 1 or 2 cuts a week.
Wouldn't it be accurate to say that most people who have a cut that they think might require medical attention run to the local emergency room, not to the Beverly Hills doctor?
Not in my practice. We still do a lot of stitching.
Okay. Your ER moonlighting, you say, is during medical school, right?
No.
I'm starting to...
You don't moonlight in a medical school, but basically you do rotations in an
sorry.
emergency room. And basically there at Massachusetts General Hospital, you know, when you see the people getting out after the Boston Bruin games with all sorts of cuts and slashes, that's basically the foundation of my medical school years.
And as a medical student, you're basically relegated to doing, I'll use the term, scut work in the ER?
Well, I'd say at a county hospital, it's see one, do one, teach one. So basically, even as a third-year medical student, I was stitching up wounds there.
And doctor, your moonlighting days during your internship and residency period, is that correct?
That's correct, and afterward.
Okay, you got out of medical school in 1978,
Correct,
June of 1978 roughly?
correct.
You started a one-year rotating internship,
1-year internship in internal medicine.
so you did the whole 12 months in internal medicine,
Correct,
and that was at Cedars.
that's correct.
And then you did, what, 3 more years of a residency in internal medicine at Cedars?
That is correct.
And you're moonlighting during that period.
Yes, I am.
And moonlighting is basically a way for doctors to make some extra money because residency programs are not notoriously well-paying. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
And you moonlighted, what'd you say, a day or two a week or a month?
I would say I averaged 2 days a week.
Now, doctor, again, during this period of time that you're moonlighting, you're still a doctor in training, though, aren't you?
That's absolutely correct.
And you stopped moonlighting 1984?
I'd say that's a fair estimate.
And that's shortly after you completed your chief residency in internal medicine at Cedars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, doctor, did you ever take any examination to become board certified in emergency room medicine?
No, I did not. I was board eligible, but I did not take the test since I wasn't planning to go into emergency room medicine.
And board eligible merely means that you've completed the necessary requirements?
There is a certain number of hours, unfortunately the exact number I can't give you, but I was substantially over the number of hours you need to then be able to go down to Chicago and take the emergency room boards, which is something that anyone planning to stay in emergency room medicine, does.
Does the board require at the time you were moonlighting that you be a chief resident in the emergency room?
No, it did not.
To your knowledge, does it now?
I think things are a little bit changed from back when I did it. I don't know what the exact regulations to be able to take the boards in emergency room medicine are currently.
Since I believe the court's going to take a break shortly, let me just finish with the curriculum vitae, and then we'll start in with the other materials later. Doctor, let me ask Mr. Fairwell from Defense Exhibit 1248 to put on the third page of your curriculum vitae. This is a heading of national television interviews, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if Mr. Fairwell will just pan this page so that we can see its entirety. May I move on, Your Honor? Doctor, is this the kind of data that one normally finds in a physician's curriculum vitae?
I don't believe it is.
Now, Doctor, with respect to publications, let me ask Mr. Fairlow, put on page 2 of your curriculum vitae. And let me start in the, I think you might turn your head to the right and you'll see it. The last entry, that is a book that you authored, is that correct?
That is correct.
And if nothing else, Doctor, you sold one more copy since you took the stand, had a chance to read it. You're okay, it's just a bruise. That's the book, correct?
Yes, it is.
Doctor, would it be accurate to say that this book is, in the parlance of today's language, kind of a tell-all book of your period of time as a physician with the Los Angeles Raiders?
I would say it's an expose of some of the behind-the-scenes things that go on where players are pretty much crumpled up like an old can of soda and discarded, yes?
Well, you're very critical of management, Mr. Davis and the Raiders management, are you not?
I had a lot of problems with his approach to the game of football, and I felt that he put winning football games over the health of players, and that's essentially the reason why I came out with the agreement of over 40 of the players who gave me medical consent to reveal their particular medical history so that we could try to change the way things are done in professional football and hopefully in other professional sports as well.
You were a patient advocate, weren't you? You're a player advocate as a physician.
I think the players have a lot of things that they have to learn, but I think that management, and certainly in the instances that I demonstrated, is really taking advantage of the commodity of the quote-unquote player and seeing the sequelae, seeing the end result of what the players end up at, seeing them with amputations, seeing them, being described by their wives as, very difficult getting out of bed in the morning, hearing them say that they have no money and less cartilage. It was something that really moved me. And given the whole situation that no one else had ever talked about it, I felt that I should step out. And obviously I knew I was going to take a hit for doing it.
Now, Doctor, you said, and this is on page 326 of the real-time transcript, this was the question from Mr. Shapiro. And what is your experience in dealing with athletes in a professional capacity? And your answer is, I was the team physician for the Los Angeles Raiders from 1993 until 1990. You gave that answer.
1983
until 1990.
That's correct.
Doctor, in fact, you were not the team physician for the Los Angeles Raiders. Isn't that correct?
No, that's incorrect. There's a team physician and there's a team orthopedist. I was the team physician and there was a team orthopedist. That's how it's typically said in every team.
Well, Dr. Robert Rosenfeld, Rosenfeld, was the orthopedic surgeon for the Raiders, correct?
That is correct.
And in the hierarchy of authority in the medical side, he had authority over you. Isn't that correct?
No one really had authority over me, but he was closer to the owner, and that is where the whole trauma, the whole tragedy really occurred, yes.
How long had Dr. Rosenfeld been with the team before you joined it, if you know?
He had been with the team since, I believe, they used to fly him up from Los Angeles when they were with the Oakland team, so he had been the team doctor from the 60s for the Raiders.
And he would have the primary responsibility, would he not, for evaluating orthopedic injuries that players on the team had? You would not have that responsibility, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, is this inappropriate?
Yes, it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Doctor, you can step down, and please come back in 15 minutes. All right, we'll try to finish you up this morning. All right, we'll take 15. Please. Go ahead and have a seat, Doctor. All right, the record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. And Mr. Kelberg, you may complete your cross-examination.
Your Honor, once again, I understand the court's subtle hint,
Thank
although
you.
I believe that it may take longer because of some video that will be shown in the course of the examination. Doctor, we're talking about Dr. Rosenfeld as the team orthopedic surgeon, correct?
That's correct.
And even in situations where you thought a player had an orthopedic condition and you disagreed with what Dr. Rosenfeld's view was of the situation, it would not be within your field of expertise to diagnose the condition for the purposes of getting the treatment started, right? An
No.
orthopedic condition.
My job, obviously, is to treat all non-orthopedic, non-joint and muscle diseases. However, ethically, and this is what the book was all about, when I saw things that I felt were being mistreated, and then obviously the reason I resigned, when I saw flagrant medical malpractice or possibly fraud, that he was misrepresenting to the player in an effort to get the player to play. All of those instances, I would go behind the scenes and make sure they saw other orthopedic surgeons. So yes, I would act as an orthopedic surgeon in the sense of sending them to a quote-unquote legitimate orthopedic surgeon. So I wouldn't just sit back and take his word because he quote-unquote had boards in orthopedics, and I did not.
Doctor, you didn't act as an orthopedic surgeon in that situation. You acted as a triage doctor who felt there was a problem outside the field of your expertise, and you sent the patient to a physician in the field of expertise you thought appropriate. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Dr. Rosenfeld is now deceased. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, yes, Mr. Fairlow's back, and now I need Exhibit 507, which I have here, and I'll ask Mr. Fairlow again to put on page 5. This is your initial report dealing with the orthopedic examination, and if we can get Mr. Fairlow, will be at the bottom of the document. So if we can, all right. Now, Doctor, you testified in response to direct exam by Mr. Shapiro about range of motion tests. Again, if the court would permit for the doctor to step down. Doctor, would you use me as Mr. Simpson for the purposes of demonstrating what you asked Mr. Simpson to do in order to assess his shoulder range of motion?
Shoulder range of motion, basically.
And for the record, we have to describe what you're doing for the record. Why don't you get back into position, if you would, please, Doctor, just before you move it. For the record, Your Honor, the doctor has his left hand resting on my left shoulder. He has his right hand underneath approximately my left wrist, and he's starting to elevate my arm upward, and he has done so to a position which is approximately parallel to my body as I stand.
Yes.
And then he has allowed my arm to drop down. Is that the test you did with Mr. Simpson?
That's one of the shoulder tests.
Did you do any additional tests on the shoulder for range of motion?
Yes, I did.
And the next one would be?
Internal and external range of motion.
All right, if we'll do it slowly, Doctor. You have asked me, or you basically put my left arm in a bent position where it's bent at the elbow and my left forearm hand is resting across the midsection of my front of my body, right? You have to keep your voice up, Doctor.
That's correct.
And now what are you going to do with it?
Externally rotate the shoulder.
You have to speak up.
We're going to externally rotate the shoulder.
And what you've done, Doctor, is with your left hand, get back in position. I can't remember all this. With your left hand on the palm surface of my left hand, as you pulled or pushed my left forearm and hand back, you have started to turn my left wrist and hand. You're moving it such that it's, well, you describe
I'm
it.
trying to keep the hand and the wrist stable. Basically, we're keeping the elbow at 90 degrees. We're just trying to ascertain solely what the internal and external range of motion capabilities are of the shoulder. We're not really trying to affect any other joint.
All right, and you rotate it to what final resting position if you complete the exam?
Well, basically, we're going back to about this level here.
And for the record, Your Honor, the doctor has stopped where now my left forearm and hand with the palm facing to the sky is, Doctor, would you describe that as about
60 degrees or so.
60 degrees from
Basically, 60 degrees from
a horizontal?
the 90-degree mark here. So in other words, if this is your starting position, we're going about 60 degrees. We're going all the way there.
Starting position would be with my forearm and hand straight out in front of my body so that it's at a 90-degree angle to my chest.
Correct.
And the first two tests that you just described, Mr. Simpson, left shoulder, full range of motion.
That is correct.
Right shoulder, full range of motion.
That is correct.
Any other range of motion tests for the shoulders that you did?
I think that was the initial screening of his range of motion. We also, of course, in the neurologic, you look for tremor, and then you also get forward flexion of the shoulder, which is a separate thing right there.
And for the record, you raised your two arms upright, where your arms are now at a 90-degree angle to your body, but they're being held out at about the level of the breast. And did Mr. Simpson accomplish that test
Yes, he did.
appropriately?
Yes, he did.
You may retake the stand, Doctor. Now, Doctor, in your report, if you'll look, you describe about halfway down, right knee with slight, not halfway, maybe a third of the way, right knee with slight crepitus, inability to flex the last 10 degrees. Crepitus, is that a medical term? If I walked and you kind of hear creaking of my bones, is crepitus a term that might describe what you're hearing?
It might describe what you're hearing, but you also can, some people just have a snapping of the joint, so there may be some confusion there.
Now, is crepitus necessarily a limiting symptom?
No, it is not.
Doctor, the next entry down deals, inability to flex the last 10 degrees. Again, with the court's permission, could the doctor step down? Doctor, and if I have to sit somewhere, I'm going to be the patient again. Could I sit, with the court's permission, perhaps on the edge of the counsel table?
Sure.
I can move my own materials without having it all fall off. Ms. Clark? Doctor, I would be in a sitting position.
That's correct.
What would you do to
Sitting
test?
or a lying position. Actually,
Which did you have with Mr. Simpson? I can lie
lying
back.
position.
May I take my coat off, Your Honor?
You may. We have assistance clearing that off, Ms. Clark?
I'm sorry?
I'm asking Ms. Clark, we have some assistance in clearing those items
Oh.
off the table.
That's okay, I don't mind lying on my own stuff.
Basically, there's a, you test for extension, and then basically you test for flexion. Okay?
This is flexion, doctor?
This is knee flexion, correct.
All right, and for the record, and this is a tough one for me to describe except by feel, the doctor has got my knee bent in such a position that the lower part of my leg is as close as it's ever probably going to get to the back of my upper leg.
All right, doctor, could you switch around just so the jurors on the other side of the jury box can see
Sure.
what you're doing there?
This is extension.
And extension for the record is he has had my leg straightened out at the knee. Is that correct, doctor?
That is correct.
With his arm supporting me.
And this is flexion, and in relatively flex individuals, you can get the heel to touch the buttocks, okay?
But I'm not that flex.
Well, his heel did touch his buttocks. There's a wide range of normal. It can be, there's tables for what normal individuals are able to flex, but in his situation, he basically was, somewhere in this range, which isn't terrible, but isn't normal either, and that's basically where, you make mental notes to yourself as a doctor, and you say 10, 20 degrees less. How accurate is that? You just note that basically they're getting nowhere near their butt, and it's a little bit less than what even some of your stiff patients might be able to do. In addition, when you put your hand right here and you move, this is where the crepitus comes in. You feel this vibration, and that's what is meant by crepitus that he said.
And doctor, before you leave though, a person who had full flexion would be in what situation? If you'll put my leg, if it's physically possible.
See how his heel touched his
Okay,
buttocks?
you're holding my leg back there.
Correct.
Assuming is that what you try and do? You hold the leg back there?
You just try to bounce it right off there.
Okay.
In other words, you're going to try to resist on me now. Is that what I'm getting?
No, I'm asking you if in doing the test, do you ask the patient to try and flex it as far as the patient
No, I do
can?
not. No, I do it. I ask them to relax as best they can, and then I passively move and try to assess the range of motion.
And a 10-degree limitation, would you show what is the distance for 10 degrees?
Basically, again, what's the best that somebody can do? That's where you have this wide variation of normal. But he was something like this, not severe, but not normal either. And that's all that 10 degrees means.
Now, doctor, and you did the same with the left, is that correct?
That is correct.
I think I need to put my jacket back on.
Those are the rules.
And according to your report, doctor, you said the left knee showed marked crepitation, has anterior-posterior laxity, right?
That is correct.
That's just front to back.
That is correct.
And that there's an inability to flex the last 15 to 20 degrees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And 15 to 20 degrees would be roughly 5 to 10 degrees more in the form of a limitation of the left knee than the right, correct?
That's correct. Again, you have to remember when you're in, and let's be frank, you're moving as fast as you can through. A lot of these are crypt notes for yourself to try to assess things. It certainly means it's worse than the right. Does it mean 20 degrees or 30 or 15? It's somewhere in that range where it is limited more than the other, but not, again, stuck at 90 degrees or not stuck at a level that when he walks, the toe's going to catch when he tries to swing through in the gait.
Well, doctor, when you're making this report out, you want to be as accurate as possible, don't you, with respect to your evaluation?
That's absolutely correct.
And there's nothing that prevented you from writing down on a piece of paper whatever the limitation of flexion was with respect to either knee, correct?
I assessed it based on looking at it.
I want to invite counsel's attention to page, again, 327 of the real-time transcript, and ask, Doctor, if you gave this as part of your direct examination testimony following questioning by Mr. Shapiro. And when you move the knee should go through a certain range of motion, which I can demonstrate. You can see it is straight 180 degrees. When I flex it, there is a different range that everyone can flex. That by nature, typically it goes back to 135 degrees, 140, whatever. He was able to extend his knee. Really, he could only flex it to a point where he was limited by 25 to 30 degrees approximately. Did you testify in part as I've just read, Doctor?
Yes, I would assume so.
And your report says only 15 to 20 degrees, not 25 to 30 degrees. Is that correct, Doctor?
That's correct.
If you wanted to portray Mr. Simpson in worse condition with respect to that knee and limitation of movement, you would have done so by giving him a greater limitation of flexion, 25 to 30, than what is described in your report as 15 to 10. Is that correct?
I was basically talking off the top of my best of recollections, and obviously wasn't reading my report when I gave that answer.
Well,
but my report, again, a lot of these things are shorthand for what you observe over time in your own practice, and these are, this is not an orthopedic exam by an orthopedist. An orthopedist look through all his previous evaluations, often don't get out an exact angle measuring device to detect it, and so it was a rough approximation. Given the time constraints, that was, the best that I felt was able to be done.
Doctor, has Mr. Simpson been evaluated at your suggestion by an orthopedist since June 15th, 1994?
I discussed it with his orthopedist. He has no acute reasons to be seen by an orthopedist currently, so no, he has not.
And Doctor, you've come in to testify in direct examination about these orthopedic limitations of Mr. Simpson, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Would you agree it would be more appropriate to have his orthopedist come in and give an opinion on an area within the orthopedist's field of specialty than for you, who by your admission is not an orthopedist?
Correct.
And who has not done a thorough and complete examination, but rather a throwaway examination, to use your term, of Friday?
All I can do is report what I saw. I have no ability to have other people come in and testify or...
Well, my question was, Doctor, wouldn't it be more appropriate to have an orthopedist rather than you? But I won't ask to pursue that question because you said all you can do is come in and testify. Is that what you were doing when you made the suggestion in Exhibit 513? As I previously discussed with Dr. M. Bodden, OJ severe left wrist arthritis and resultant marked decreased mobility of that joint may have implications for the forensic pathologist?
When we discussed his medical condition and I was asked questions by the forensic pathologist that was hired on the case, I responded as honestly as I could and communicated that in that letter. I didn't really have anything to hide as far as I was concerned.
Well, Doctor, if you wanted to have Mr. Simpson evaluated for his physical capability to murder two human beings, and you were concerned that because of limitations from surgeries to his ankle or surgeries to his wrist and arthritis, that he may not be capable of murdering these two people, wouldn't it seem logical to have Dr. Job, who was his orthopedic surgeon for many years, correct?
That is correct.
Wouldn't it be logical to have him conduct a thorough evaluation before trial of Mr. Simpson to see where he is today from where he was when Dr. Job last saw him?
Objection. Actually, it's a two-part question because we stopped with
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Dr. Huizenga, wouldn't it be appropriate if one were concerned about orthopedic limitations of Mr. Simpson to have Dr. Job, his orthopedist of many years, examine him before trial, right?
I'm not conducting the defense. I'm just reporting what I saw when he came to my office, and he came to my office because of physical problems, and the orthopedic things were things that I observed that you are very interested in, but very frankly, I was less interested in because I had, as I have stated before, two other problems that I felt were more important for his immediate physical health. He had a rheumatologist that was seeing him, and the feeling was, from a medical standpoint, there was nothing to be gained from having an orthopedist see him either acutely for the 1 or 2 days that he was not in custody, or in arrears once he went in jail. There was no acute benefit that he could do to OJ's health. If you want to ask, should it have been done for other reasons, I'm not the person to ask that to.
Well, doctor, you recommended to players on the Raiders that they see orthopedists and neurosurgeons for second and third opinions when you thought the need arose, didn't you?
Absolutely.
And have you ever suggested, let me go back to your report that is Exhibit 507, which says, this is from page 6, and I'll ask Mr. Fairlow to put it back up under item 10. Which says to discuss with ankle specialists when patient's current situation resolved. You wrote that in your report, right, doctor?
Yes, I did.
And the current situation meant his legal situation, isn't that correct?
His whole life situation, which included the fact that, right, he wasn't able to travel. We couldn't get him to specialists that we might otherwise have wanted to because of other life things like going to funerals, etc. And we had to evaluate what is urgent on a medical side and what could be handled sometime later. And and my opinion was that the orthopedic things, although very vexing, there was nothing acutely to be done, and that those things could be handled at some future date.
Doctor, isn't it correct that in assessing the effects of arthritis, it's extremely important to look at a patient over a period of time to compare how the patient is today with how the patient was, let's say, a year ago?
Absolutely.
Because these can be progressive diseases, correct?
That is correct.
And so if the question was, well, let me withdraw that. You told us that the last time Dr. Job saw Mr. Simpson was July 13th of 1993, correct?
That is correct.
And as you've testified here in response to direct and cross-examination about Mr. Simpson's condition, you're talking about it on June 15th, 1994, correct?
That is correct.
Do you agree that Dr. Job would be in a very good position as an orthopedic surgeon to have evaluated Mr. Simpson around the time of your evaluation to see whether he has shown any progression in any osteoarthritic condition he had existing as of the time of the July 93 examination?
No, I don't feel that that would be helpful at all. There's only one of two scenarios that happens. Either his osteoarthritis has progressed or it has not. In either instance, there would be nothing medically that we would do different other than going after his immediate problems, and in addition to which, obviously, having him see the rheumatologist and see if there were other conditions that could be treated. Osteoarthritis is a chronic degenerative disease, and short of surgery, there's nothing an orthopedist can do other than give pain medications and prescribe rest and physical therapy. Those things were handled, given the time constraints, given the other things going on. No, I would really have to disagree with you. I don't think seeing an orthopedist on the 15th would have helped his medical condition. Yes, maybe it would have pertained to some sort of defense measure. I can't answer to that. But from a medical situation, if I had a person that was leaving to Europe on a Friday and presented on a Wednesday, as he did, no, I don't think that we would make them change all their work plans and their busy pre-trip schedule to go see an orthopedist. So, no, I'm not really sure what you're driving at there.
Well, doctor, first of all, you visited Mr. Simpson as a physician in the jail since his incarceration, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And again, to your knowledge, has Dr. Job gone down to examine him?
No, he has not.
And you didn't feel there was anything of an immediacy to his orthopedic condition that required an orthopedist to see him over the next few days, at least, of June 15th, right?
That is correct.
In fact, you talk about until his current situation is resolved, and that's still not resolved, right?
That is correct.
Is it still your opinion there's no need for him to see an orthopedic surgeon because that situation has not yet been resolved?
The reason he doesn't need to see an orthopedic surgeon now in this phase is he had significant joint problems when I saw him on the 15th. Those problems, if anything, intensified over the first several weeks he was incarcerated. It was felt by his rheumatologist that he had a flare of rheumatoid arthritis. He was put on a rheumatoid arthritis disease-modifying drug, and his symptoms markedly improved. It was on the basis of that, the fact that his swollen left knee, swollen ankle, his painful wrist, his new onset right wrist ganglion, and some of his other complaints resolved, that no further orthopedic consultation was felt deemed necessary at that time in the jail.
Doctor, you say that Dr. Maltz, who's the rheumatologist, felt that there was an acute episode of rheumatoid arthritis, but all the clinical laboratory results were negative. Isn't that correct?
He felt there was an acute flare based on the fact that you diagnosed rheumatoid arthritis on 7 criteria with the aid of biopsies. He had a number of those 7 criteria that classified him as having rheumatoid arthritis.
Which ones?
He had morning stiffness.
That can be from osteoarthritis, right?
That can be from osteoarthritis as well.
And Mr. Simpson had complained all the time of morning stiffness when he gets up, right?
He's had that for quite a time, although he's had severe flares where he is so bad he can't tie his shoes and essentially is trapped in bed, and he's had at least 2 significant flares of that nature. This certainly wasn't that bad.
Any others?
Any other symptoms that
That fit
7
this
criteria?
classical? Exactly.
Right. He had,
I'm sorry. Any other of the classical symptoms? You said he did not have bilateral, correct?
no, I didn't say that. I said he had both elbows with fixed flexion contractures, which may be seen in rheumatoid arthritis. He had bilateral hand disease. To classify for symmetry, they don't necessarily have to be the exact same joints, sometimes different joints on the hand. He had X-ray changes consistent with rheumatoid arthritis.
Which X-ray changes were those, doctor?
I'd prefer to leave all that for the rheumatologist. I don't want to pull out X-ray films when I'm definitely not my field of expertise. You're asking me what signs were positive, and I'm giving them to you, but I'm not saying that I specifically corroborated them with my expertise. These were things that, based on X-ray reports, were said to be positive. I mean, I can pull out the reports and read them through with you, but I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert on the erosive changes and the other changes characteristic of rheumatoid arthritis that you don't see in osteoarthritis.
Doctor, what, if anything, have you done since June 15th, 1994 to independently evaluate Mr. Simpson's physical activities over a period of, let's say, 3 months before June 15th?
What have I done to independently?
Yes, in other words, without taking Mr. Simpson's word for any limitations, to see if there is independent evidence to support any claims of limitation.
Again, he never complained to me of limitation other than the fact that I said, "Why are you limping?" And he said, "You know, this is just an ongoing thing, and, you know, I can't walk a golf course," but that's after I questioned him. He wasn't complaining to me of joint problems.
My question, doctor, is what, if anything, have you done to independently evaluate any limitations Mr. Simpson may have had over the last 3 months of his life before June 15th, 1994?
I have heard from other individuals about his difficulty walking, his trouble getting around a golf course. I have requested all his previous medical records, but of course those are not helpful in the last 3 months.
Because he hasn't seen a doctor for 11 months.
That's exactly correct.
Incidentally, doctor, have you been provided with any exercise videotapes of Mr. Simpson from late May of 1995?
I saw that
95, Counsel?
94, excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, I have. I saw that this Sunday. This
When did you
Saturday.
first see it?
I saw it Saturday, and I saw it also about 3 or 4 months ago.
And how was it that you saw that? Was it brought to your attention, or had you independently identified that?
It was basically something that I independently heard about and was curious about.
And Doctor, the people who you got information from, were these friends of Mr. Simpson's?
Yes, they were.
Now, have you heard the testimony of the people that the defense has called over the last week or so? People such as Mr. Howard Bingham,
No, I know nothing about that testimony.
Mr. Valerie,
No, I didn't hear
Mr.
anything about that.
Mr. Kilduff,
No, I didn't hear anything about
Mr. Merrill.
that. No.
Let me read the whole list then. Mr. Gladden, Mr. Norris, Mr. Williams, Mr. Partridge. And also from previous time called by the prosecution, Alan Park and Mr. Kalin. Any
No.
of those witnesses' testimony did you hear or review?
No, I did not.
Now, Doctor, you said Mr. Simpson limped into your office, and again, to use your term, he walked like Tarzan's grandfather, correct?
That's correct.
Doctor, I want you to assume that these people I mentioned saw Mr. Simpson on June 12th in Los Angeles, or saw him on June 13th in Chicago, and that these people, to a person, say that they saw no limp on the part of Mr. Simpson.
Objection, Your Honor, this case difference.
Sustain.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Your Honor, obviously I'm at some disadvantage.
Without the court reporter, please. All right, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, if there have been witnesses called among the people that I listed, and when asked if they observed any limitation on the part of Mr. Simpson walking, that those people who were asked indicated they saw no such limp, would you accept such testimony as consistent with your findings on June 15th?
No, I wouldn't.
And, Doctor, is it very difficult to identify a person who is limping if you're not a doctor?
Well, there are certainly subtle variations of a limp, and certainly I can tell a limp that someone else at first glance may say they look like they're walking normally, but the limp he had when he came into my office, I believe anyone would have been able to identify.
Would you come down, please, with the court's permission, and in a way where the jurors can see, demonstrate, I'm going to ask you to do this since you're the one who saw it, demonstrate how Mr. Simpson walked in a limp which, in your opinion, demonstrated that he walked like, again, your phrase, Tarzan's grandfather.
Your Honor, I would object. You would, however, have no objection to Mr. Simpson walking and having the doctor describe.
Well,
Doctor, you may step down.
I think you need a couple of foundational questions here, though.
Doctor, you did observe him in your office on June 15th, 1994, walking, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you observed at that time what you thought to be a limp, right?
Yes, I did.
And it was from the way he walked which led you to talk about he walked like Tarzan's grandfather, right?
That's correct.
Again, with the court's permission, I'd ask that he be allowed to demonstrate what he saw in the way of a limp of Mr. Simpson.
Doctor, do you believe that you can accurately reenact the manner in which Mr. Simpson walked?
It's very difficult. He had two joints that were bothering him, his ankle and that knee, and he kind of was hunched a little bit. It would be very difficult. I mean, I could try, but it'd be difficult. And to know exactly the degree, I think it'd be a very iffy proposition.
All right, the objection is sustained.
But, doctor, in your opinion, even though you feel at this time that you cannot demonstrate that it was clearly something that a layperson would be able to see.
Yes, it was.
And you would expect it to be present on June 12th. Is that correct? Given that you saw it on June 15th.
Certainly could have been.
And doctor, assuming that these same witnesses, when asked about any observation of any kind of physical limitation or evidence of distress by Mr. Simpson, indicated they saw no such limitation or distress. Assuming that that is accurate testimony, would that be inconsistent with what you would expect on June 12th, given your findings of June 15th?
Depends on what the observations were made.
You may answer the question, doctor.
I saw a limp on the 15th. If he had no limp on the 12th, then obviously something has changed in the interval.
Or perhaps Mr. Simpson was faking a limp in your office?
That certainly would be in the differential.
Now, doctor, I didn't limit it to limps. I talked about any evidence of discomfort. People can grimace in pain from moving in a way that causes some kind of pain response, right?
That's correct.
Did you see Mr. Simpson evidence any kind of reaction to pain during the course of your June 15th examination?
He had some pain with the movement of his left ankle and left wrist and right ankle, left knee, and left wrist.
Right ankle, left knee, left wrist. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did you see, if you can describe it, that led you to believe he was demonstrating some kind of distress from whatever testing you were doing in those areas?
Typically, you get a reflex. I think everybody has had it when somebody twists your arm back suddenly and unexpectedly. It's very difficult, unless you're a movie star, to basically deny pain. And when we did those sorts of things, basically, again, it wasn't earth-shattering, but it appeared that another 2 or 3 degrees was not going to be all that much fun for the patient, and it's basically another clinical sign that doesn't have a number, doesn't have some kind of blood test that's stamped on a report, but this is an observation that you cull after years of doing that sort of evaluation.
It's a subjective interpretation, is it not, doctor?
Yes, it is.
And if you, in fact, are an advocate for Mr. Simpson, that can, even in a subconscious way, lead to a bias that influences how you saw what you've just described. Isn't that correct, doctor?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Doctor, you said unless you're a Hollywood star, something like you can
Well, I was thinking
fake
of
pain?
I was thinking of the Mel Gibson movie Braveheart, where they start withdrawing body organs and he doesn't mutter one yelp. I think that's again a Hollywood sort of thing, and not something that happens in an office, a medical office.
How about a veteran of National Football League football? Are those people who tend to be able to play through pain?
I think that's a fair statement.
And in fact, inviting your attention to page 20 of your book, did you write the following? As Dr. Rosenfeld was rechecking Marcus's, that's Marcus Allen, is it?
Yes, it is.
Neurological status, I was pulled away by a player who walked me over to a teammate sitting on the bench with a grossly deformed and swollen left ring finger. It was obviously dislocated. Quote, "It'd be nice to get an x-ray before we put that thing back in," unquote, I told the player. Quote, "Doc, this is the NFL," unquote, he replied. Quote, "I gotta go back in 2 plays," unquote. Seeing Rosenfeld still busy with Marcus, I grabbed the lineman's wrist with my left hand, then slowly but firmly pulled the dislocated finger toward me with my right hand. Once I had good traction going, I flexed the finger forward. I felt a pop. The joint was back in place. Quote, "Okay, grip," unquote, I said. Quote, "Now open your hand. Good," unquote. As I taped the damaged fourth to the good third finger, I repeated, quote, "We're still going to need some x-rays at halftime," unquote. Quote, "Doc, there's a football game going on. Maybe sometime next week, okay?" Unquote. Quote, "Sometime this halftime," unquote, I countered. I couldn't get over the fact that he didn't even complain once about the pain. A normal emergency room patient would have been screaming. Did you write that, doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, Mr. Simpson, with 11 years as a leading running back, initially on a very poor football team that provided him with something less than tremendous blocking, learned to play through pain. Isn't that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
And in fact, that even with whatever physical limitations you observed from your throwaway orthopedic examination, to use your term, there was nothing that physically prevented him from murdering these two people, as you told us on Friday, correct?
Overruled.
If you have the hypothetical where things are stationary, the strength was there to do as you asked me before, hold hair, pull back, and move his other extremities.
Doctor, you were asked on Friday if there was anything that you found which prevented Mr. Simpson from being physically capable of murdering Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman. You were asked that question on Friday, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And your answer was no, there was no such limitation, right?
That is correct.
Now, doctor, have you ever visited 875 South Bundy, the crime scene?
No, I have not.
Doctor, I want you to assume there's been testimony from a forensic pathologist, Dr. Lakshmanan Satyabhajaswaran, the chief medical examiner of Los Angeles County, that he has visited the 875 South Bundy scene, and in describing the location where Mr. Goldman's body was found and the circumstances surrounding blunt force trauma to the back of Mr. Goldman's hands, he testified that Mr. Goldman, in essence, was a caged animal with no place to go. I want you to assume that that is the testimony, in part, of Dr. Lakshmanan, and I'll save everybody the last name. Okay? Had you heard that testimony before, Doctor?
No, I have not.
Now, Doctor, you talked about the aerobic condition of Mr. Simpson. An aerobic condition is, like marathon runners have incredible aerobic condition, right?
That's correct.
Would it be accurate to say that there are certain professional football players who may not have particularly good aerobic conditioning?
That's absolutely true.
They have tremendous power, though, do they not?
That is true.
Now, Doctor, if one assumes that the murder of Ronald Goldman was a question of power, not a question of aerobics, because Mr. Goldman had nowhere to go to be chased down, how would you describe the power of Mr. Simpson's upper torso?
I would say that he has some difficulties there, specifically the fixed flexion contracture. When you get a boxer, basically your punch is the body and the shoulder, but what you have to do is you have to snap out your arm, and when you have a fixed flexion contracture, imagine a boxer just going like that. You have some problems there. He certainly has power, and I've already described that I thought his motor was, for intensive purposes, fairly good, if not absolutely normal. However, that's one defect, and the other is his ability to use his hands, and the other is if there had to be any bending or any movement of the lower extremity, there could be problems there. Assuming, though, he is standing in a firm-footed position, then I think that given the difficulties with punching and the difficulties with full motion of that wrist, he would be similar to a man his age, certainly not a world-class athlete, but a man his age, he would be average.
Well,
I wouldn't hire him to, back me up in a bar fight. He isn't as powerful as he looks, but he certainly is as powerful as someone else his stated age.
Doctor, what did you do to assess the power of his upper torso?
Basically, looking at the flexion contractures of the elbows and the difficulty with the wrist. That's the only point that I'm basing that on.
And doctor, for example, would you describe the condition of Mr. Simpson's upper torso, the chest area, for example? And I'll ask Mr. Farrell, this is one of the defense exhibits 1249, the upper torso, the chest, and let me see if I can find the flip side showing the back.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Mr. Farrell, could you make it smaller perhaps? I think I'd rather go one by one. Let's start with, there we go. Doctor, would you consider Mr. Simpson's upper torso, front and back, to be well muscled
Absolutely well muscled.
And doctor, muscles atrophy without use. They basically wither, don't they?
That's not true in all instances. Some people have huge muscle builds that work out very, very little. I don't personally fully understand it, but that's not absolutely correct, no.
But it would be very unusual.
It's in the realm of possibility, but certainly he has a, as I described, I think, in my exam, a very well-muscled body, certainly above average.
Did you ask Mr. Simpson if he lifted weights?
Yes, I did.
What was his answer?
No, he didn't.
Did he have a weight room in his home, if you know?
I don't know that.
Did he belong to any sports clubs, if you know?
I don't know that either.
Now, doctor, did you ask him to do any kind of exercise to test the power of that upper torso?
No.
That is, for example, bench press. You know what a bench press is, undoubtedly?
Yes, I do.
And what is that, just for everybody's benefit?
A bench press is where you lay on your back, you have a bar resting across the breast area, and you extend your arms in this sort of fashion.
Now, are there other tests that could be done besides a bench press that would assess Mr. Simpson's upper torso muscle strength?
I think you could go through every individual muscle and test its strength. What we did in the office is very generally test his gross strength in terms of his deltoids, in terms of the grip, as I said, in terms of the biceps over the range it was able to go, and the triceps over the range it was able to go. And those were all grossly normal, but we didn't assess his maximal strength, which is maybe one of the questions that you're asking.
And that's what I was going to ask you. You did not, in fact, assess how much strength he really has,
That's
right?
absolutely correct.
Now, doctor, you mentioned punching maneuver. What evidence, if any, do you have that the killer of these two people punched Mr. Goldman?
I have no idea.
You may answer the question.
I have no idea what the testimony's been about the incident, so I really can't say. That was just, you asked me what his power was, and that's the only area that I know he has some deficiency, but
Well, for example, doctor, if Mr. Goldman was killed with lethal knife thrusts, we're not talking about a punch, right?
no.
And there was no limitation. You said he could hold a knife, right?
Yes, he can.
And he's right-handed, right?
Yes, he is.
And you have no idea.
Excuse me, I also did write that in the exam, so that's,
Okay.
One
You
small
want to
thing.
tell us which page, just so.
it was page 1.
Okay.
46-year-old right-handed, right, the chief complaint.
Oh, I think I've got it here. Let me check.
God willing, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, doctor, I think the reason that that's a problem is the copy I was provided does not have on page 1
Okay.
the first material.
I'm sorry,
So, I'm glad you brought it to our attention. Doctor, you have no idea then of the maximum strength in his right hand to thrust the knife that he could hold, in your opinion.
no, I don't. Other than the general tests were normal.
The general tests were all normal in that area, right? Now, doctor, are you familiar with something called catecholamines?
I know what catecholamines are.
What are they?
It's one of the hormones released by the adrenal cortex,
The adrenal cortex? Is that correct?
the adrenal glands.
And in your training as a physician and your practice as an internist, physiology is a part of your medical knowledge, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And adrenaline is a catecholamine, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
Now, are you familiar with something called the sympathetic nervous system?
Yes, I am.
What is that, sir?
Sympathetic nervous system is something that comes into play when what's described in medicine, the 4 F's, happen, and that's fear, fright, flight, and mating.
And I'm sorry, mating?
Mating.
Would it be, if somebody were enraged, in an emotional state of rage, that can stimulate the sympathetic nervous system?
Yes, it can.
Now, doctor, and that happens without us intentionally saying to ourselves, I got to turn on the sympathetic nervous system.
It's automatic.
And in fact, one of the things that the sympathetic nervous system releases is adrenaline, right?
That's correct.
And from your training and experience as a physician, is it correct to say that there are anecdotal incidents reported of people who have very modest strength performing what appear to be superhuman activity when in the throes of an adrenaline rush?
I'm aware of several reports of mothers lifting cars and whatnot. I can't verify their authenticity.
But there is such anecdotal evidence, right?
There's anecdotal reports. Right.
And basically what those say, for example, is the situation of a mother, for example, who is maybe 100 pounds, 90 pounds, lifting an automobile off of a pinned child, right?
I've heard of those reports, absolutely.
Now, doctor, if Mr. Simpson murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman after being enraged, you would expect that he would be in the throes of an adrenaline rush. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, cause some speculation.
Overruled.
Your answer is that's correct.
That is correct.
And doctor, when professional football players are in a game, the plays last relatively few seconds, do they not?
That is true.
They huddle, figure out what play they're going to try and use, right?
That's correct.
They walk up to the line of scrimmage and get set to run the play, right?
That's correct.
Then the ball is snapped and the play takes off, right?
Correct.
And after the play is done, the players get up, sometimes slowly to conserve energy, right?
Sometimes not at all.
Not at all. And they walk back, assuming they're capable of doing so, to their huddle
Correct.
to do the next play, right?
That's correct.
Professional football players learn to harness their energies, to release them when it counts, during the play, right?
I think that's an accurate statement.
And in fact, what drives them and enhances their ability is part of the same mechanism that drives an adrenaline rush, correct? The sympathetic nervous system automatically, without asking it to, turning on whatever juices are harnessed in the body.
That turns out not to be the case. I think that pre-game jitters is when the sympathetic nervous system is just pumping. Actually, you get into a game and you make the first couple hits, the first couple plays, and you go into a zone. People aren't jiving up. They're not getting a sympathetic rush before every play. They're getting it pre-game possibly, but no. Once you're a professional, it's like somebody in any other profession. You get really nervous once you're out there and doing your thing. Pretty much all the adrenaline dies down, and you're really not under the influence of that sympathetic nervous system.
Well, doctor, what then drives the energy? You'd agree, would you not, that the player is operating at a much higher level physiologically when involved in the play, let's say a running back like Mr. Simpson, than when he's walking back to the huddle after the play to find out what's the next play?
That's correct.
And the body is able to turn it on and turn it off for him, correct?
Yes, it is.
And he doesn't have to say to the body, I'm turning it on and I'm turning it off. It's a natural aspect of the body's physiological phenomena.
That is true.
And so, doctor, is it also accurate that in professional football, players become comrades of each other and then a player gets traded to another team and they're now adversaries? Happens?
Happens,
But they still are friends off the field, right?
typically.
And in fact, after a game, it's not unusual that after they've been beating their heads against each other, that you'll see the players put an arm around each other from an opposing team, walk off the field, shaking hands, congratulating each other on a good game.
That-
Right?
Are we about the end of this one?
Yes.
All right.
Your answer, doctor? No, I'm not sure that he answered the question.
You were asking whether after a game sometimes opponents shake hands, and
And basically renew friendships.
I think that happens absolutely.
They have harnessed whatever rages may drive them during the game to remember their friendships after the game. They're not still going at each other's throats. That's your experience, doctor?
Objection assumes the fact not having is a waste of the court's time.
Overruled. Last
You may
question.
You may answer the question, doctor.
That one you're going to have to give me over again.
Doctor, well, Ms. Clark's going to help me. I'm not computer literate, so, well, it takes too long to do it that way. Doctor, my question is that from your experience you have found, have you not, that players who have harnessed their energies and gone at each other, for lack of a better term, hammer and tong throughout the game, can thereafter control those same urges and act in a perfectly normal and cordial fashion with each other afterwards?
I think NFL football players are probably no different than lawyers in terms of attacking opponents and then after the event, shaking hands and going back to a civil, normal life.
I don't think, Doctor, you have to risk any concern that I would physically try and attack you. I present a most meek target. Your Honor, this might be an appropriate time to break.
All right, do you have much more?
I have probably some things to watch, as well as some brief questioning, yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, or allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1:30. Dr. Heisinger, you're ordered to come back 1:30. All right, we will finish today.
Declare the nurse Thano Paratus unavailable so that the court can allow for the introduction of Mr. Paratus's preliminary hearing testimony, as well as selected portions of his grand jury testimony. As the court has hopefully had a chance now to read, we have submitted an affidavit which was signed yesterday by Dr. Robert Chesney, who is Mr. Paratus's treating physician, who is a cardiologist at Daniel Freeman Hospital. Dr. Chesney has been treating Mr. Paratus for over 20 years.
All right, I've read the statement.
We think, Your Honor, that there is no alternative, given the tenuous nature of Mr. Paratus's current health, that he has been home only for 2 weeks recuperating from his latest surgery, and we would seek to have the court declare him unavailable, and then we can turn to the question of what portions of the preliminary hearing testimony would be admissible, whether there need to be certain redactations done, etc. So I'm first focusing on the question of unavailability, and later on what portions we should have admitted.
All right, people.
Yes, Your Honor, we spoke with Mr. Paratus's doctor today, who indicated to us that there would be no problem with examining Mr. Paratus in the Daniel Freeman Hospital. The fear that he has is not that that Mr. Paratus will have a heart attack, but only that there may be some arrhythmia, and that it would be easily accommodated in a room at the Daniel Freeman Hospital where there are facilities that could be arranged for that examination. So Mr. Paratus is not unavailable.
All right, do you have any competent evidence besides a hearsay on a phone call?
Well, we can call the doctor in. If you would like, we can file a further declaration from the doctor indicating what he told us today.
I'd like to see that.
Okay? We'll do that. You know, we have not had, I've been in court, and Mr. Goldberg was the one in touch with him, and we weren't sure. I thought perhaps we were going to have a full-blown 240 hearing, at which case there would be opportunity to take testimony. But if the court would like a declaration from the doctor and we can resolve it that way, that'd be fine.
Well, I mean, what do we contemplate, Ms. Clark, as far as going to a hospital? Do we contemplate a conditional examination? Do we contemplate taking the jury with us? What are you contemplating here?
Either one, it would be fine. We can take the jury with us because they have conference rooms there that will accommodate the court staff and jury, so that testimony could be taken. And the doctor does work out of Daniel Freeman Hospital, and the doctor would be present for the testimony. Or we could videotape it in that same facility. Either one is possible.
But shouldn't I be concerned if the doctor wants to have or insists that this examination be conducted in a hospital facility? I mean, doesn't that raise some concern for Mr. Paratus's health and well-being?
Which concern the doctor feels will be adequately addressed by having it at the hospital. The doctor is the one who can indicate to us what his concerns are, how grave they are, and how they are best addressed. And obviously, the court would always prefer to have live testimony in front of the jury than to mark a transcript which the defense knows is not his position at all, and thereby misrepresent what the true nature of his testimony would be. I think we all want the jury to have the truth, and if we can get the truth best by accommodating the doctor's concerns by following the procedure I've outlined, then I think that all parties will be well cared for.
When do you contemplate being able to file a declaration from Dr. Chesney?
I'm sure that we could do that. Let me check with Mr. Goldberg, Your Honor. May I?
Certainly.
We could get a signed declaration to the court this afternoon if the court will accept a fax signature. I would indicate to the court, however, that since the declaration filed by counsel is hearsay and not admissible in evidence, that people would move to strike the declaration with the opportunity to cross-examine the witness.
Counsel, I'm trying to do this the easy way.
Okay?
All right.
And then I'm saying, you know,
Well, then,
Either way.
then it would be equally applicable to your declaration as well, correct?
I agree.
So you're insisting that we have a 240 hearing?
Yes. Well,
Okay,
I'm
fine.
insisting that we,
Friday, 2 o'clock. Have your witnesses here.
all right.
All right, let's have the jury, please. Dr. Heisinger, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, Mr. Kelberg.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And good afternoon, Doctor. Doctor, I wanted to move to this area of your examination of Mr. Simpson on June 15th regarding evidence of any bruising. Do you recall being asked questions about that by Mr. Shapiro on direct examination?
Yes, I do.
Would it be accurate to say that you carefully examined Mr. Simpson for any evidence of a contusion on his body? Is that a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement.
Now, was that examination of the same thorough and completeness that you originally stated your orthopedic examination was?
The bruise exam was extremely thorough. The hand exam, in terms of drawing pictures, was not, because we had detailed pictures of the hand, and so I wanted the pictures to suffice for that, but I realized that the pictures would not show the bruises, so spent a lot of time with the bruising and the skin, whereas the hand, basically, we got the majority of our pictures there.
Doctor, why then draw anything with respect to the hands if you felt that you had photographs that adequately documented any hand injury in the way of cuts?
I think mainly just to look at the joints and to try to get an idea which joints were swollen and see if that corroborated with any other orthopedic things, basically, since I just wanted to circle those just so that I'd have that for my orthopedic exam.
I'm going to get into the hand-drawn hand outlines in just a moment, but would it be a fair statement that after your thorough and complete examination of Mr. Simpson for any evidence of contusions that you found that he had sustained none? Correct?
He had no contusions over the aforestated portions of his body, correct?
And is it accurate to say that in response to Mr. Shapiro's further questioning, that if he had sustained blunt force trauma on June 12th, you would have expected to see some evidence of that in an examination conducted roughly 2.5 days later on June 15th? Is that what you said?
If it was of significant enough nature, correct?
In other words, the person can receive a blow and not sustain a contusion as a result of that blow. Isn't that true, Doctor?
That is true.
And there's been testimony here from Dr. Lakshmanan about something called a glancing blow, where the full force of the blow is in fact not received by the recipient, and in such circumstance one would not expect to see a contusion. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Now, Doctor, you said, let me invite counsel again, this is to the real-time transcript. Make sure I have the... page 346, you were asked to describe the area of his right upper extremity, shoulder, biceps, etc. And you were asked the question, was there any evidence of any recent contact? And your answer was, no, there was not. Do you recall that question and that answer, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
And in fact, would it be accurate to say that your testimony with respect to all areas that you examined was that you saw no evidence of any recent contact to Mr. Simpson in the areas examined? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you said this afternoon, though, that he could have been the recipient of contact and not have had evidence of a contusion at the time of your examination. Isn't that what you've said this afternoon?
If there wasn't a major impact and you don't have bleeding, you don't have edema, correct, you wouldn't see anything.
But, Doctor, your answer on direct examination was there was no evidence of recent contact. You did not limit it to contact of sufficient force to cause a contusion. Isn't that correct?
There was no...
Argumentative as
Sustained. It is argumentative as phrased. Rephrase the question.
Doctor, in your original answers to Mr. Shapiro, in which you said there was no evidence of recent contact, you did not limit that to contact with sufficient force to cause a contusion. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Now, Doctor, I want to ask you to assume hypothetically that there's been testimony again from Dr. Lakshmanan in which he evaluated blunt force trauma to the hands and arms of Ronald Goldman. And that in the opinion of Dr. Lakshmanan, there is no compelling evidence to indicate that Mr. Goldman ever struck the perpetrator of the murder with a direct blow. Ask you to assume that hypothetical, okay?
Give me that one more time.
I want you to assume that Dr. Lakshmanan testified, and perhaps could I have Mr. Lynch's assistance, Your Honor? I need to set the easel up here just to show one board of photographs. .361, Your Honor, and 361A for the patch job.
All right, Mr. Bancroft, avoid this, please. See, we don't have Mr. Bancroft.
And Doctor, with the permission of the court, would you please step down to this photographic exhibit. This is Exhibit 361, and the title of it is Blunt Force Trauma, Sharp Force Injuries, and Defensive Wounds to the Left Arm, Left and Right Hands of Mr. Goldman. I want to ask you to assume that these photographs fairly and accurately represent the condition of each area photographed of Mr. Goldman's body at the time of the autopsy conducted on June 14, 1994. Have you ever seen these photographs before?
No, I have not.
Now, doctor, I want you to assume hypothetically that Dr. Lakshmanan said, with respect to photograph G26, that the injuries he sees to the back of Mr. Goldman's left hand do not reflect a blow delivered to the perpetrator, and that, in fact, what appears to be a contusion near the wrist of the left hand has what is described by Dr. Lakshmanan as a punctate abrasion in the center of it. I ask you to assume all of that.
Okay.
And further to assume, and I'm going to get another board of photographs if I could just briefly do so. Exhibit 359. Excuse me, doctor. That Exhibit 359 shows the area of crime scene where Mr. Goldman's body was found. It's entitled Possible Sources for Ron Goldman's Blunt Force Trauma Injuries. Have you ever seen these photos before?
No, I have not.
Now, doctor, I want you to further assume that Dr. Lakshmanan said from his examination of the environmental surroundings of 875 South Bundy and the blunt force trauma to the back of Mr. Goldman's left hand, it was his opinion that there were sources at the crime scene to reflect that Mr. Goldman had flailed his arm backwards to avoid attack and had sustained the blunt force trauma in a defensive effort to just protect himself. I ask you to assume that as well. Okay? You have to answer audibly, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And that, again, in the opinion of Dr. Lakshmanan, this evidence of blunt force trauma to the back of Mr. Goldman's left hand did not suggest that Mr. Goldman had struck whether a direct or indirect blow on the perpetrator. Do you understand that hypothetical?
Yes.
Now, with respect to, and it's photograph, if Mr. Lynch could help me, the far end. G32, that shows the back of the right hand of Mr. Goldman. And that, with the exception of what appears to be a contusion, doctor, do you see a contusion near the middle finger, at the base of where the middle finger joins the hand? Do you see
Yes,
that?
I do.
With the exception of that contusion, it was Dr. Lakshmanan's opinion that all of the other injuries are inconsistent with a blow being struck, direct or indirect, on the perpetrator by Mr. Goldman, and are consistent with, again, flailing both arms now, right and left backwards, and coming in contact with rough surfaces, such as the bark of a tree, such as a metal fence that has irregularities from the paint, and so forth. Do you have that understanding?
Yes, I do.
And further, that with respect to that one area of contusion, it was Dr. Lakshmanan's considered opinion that that did not reflect a blow delivered to the perpetrator, because taking into account its location as inconsistent with where you would expect to see a contusion if there had been a fully directed blow, that is, you would expect to see a contusion in other areas of the joints of the hand, that with respect to the appearance of punctate abrasions centered on other contusions on the right hand in the center, which the far photograph, doctor, suggesting again that there had been contact made with a hard surface that at the point of contact had a rough aspect to it to create the punctate abrasion, that all of that series of injuries was consistent with flailing and not a direct blow being delivered.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point in time. This is not a question, this is a lecture.
And further, doctor, that Dr. Lakshmanan testified it would be illogical for a person who is being attacked by a knife to try and deliver a blow like you delivered on the stand earlier today, because it would bring the victim closer to the knife rather than further away. And further, that Dr. Lakshmanan's opinion was that this contusion was not evidence of a blow because there was no evidence of defensive cuts on the back of either the right or left arm of Mr. Goldman, which he would have expected to have been inflicted if Mr. Goldman tried to block the knife with his arm in an action of punching. Ask you to assume all of that. Okay? With that said, we can take the photographs down and I'll get to the question. Understanding that hypothetical set of circumstances, Doctor, would it be accurate to say that your examination showing no evidence of a contusion to the body of Mr. Simpson was fully consistent with Dr. Lakshmanan's testimony as I offered it in the form of that hypothetical?
Objection, this is beyond this witness's expertise. He is called as an internist and a forensic pathologist.
You may answer the question, Doctor.
Yes?
And further, Doctor, if you assume that Dr. Lakshmanan said that even if one assumed that that one contusion on the right hand that I pointed out does not have a punctate abrasion on it, represented contact in the form of a blow between Mr. Goldman and the perpetrator, that a glancing blow would not leave necessarily evidence of a contusion on the murderer. Assume that hypothetically, that would be fully in accord with your own testimony this afternoon in that area, correct?
If there isn't sufficient force delivered, you will not get evidence of trauma.
And in fact, you can have evidence of trauma on the victim from the effort to deliver a blow without having concomitant evidence of a contusion forming on the recipient of the blow, depending on the angle of force. Isn't that correct?
That's a very tough question. I'd have to research the literature. That's really over my head in terms of whether that's possible or not.
Well, in fact, that would be in
have
the
to do
area of a
experience.
forensic pathologist.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Culver.
sorry.
You have to let the doctor finish his answer.
I apologize to both the court and the doctor. Had you finished your answer?
I guess I have now.
Have now or have not? I'm sorry.
I have.
Doctor, this would be an area for an experienced forensic pathologist more than a doctor with your expertise and background. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
People should strike all the previous testimony and not your expertise.
Overruled.
Now, doctor, I want to move to the hand examination, and I asked you before we started if you could take out your rough drawing. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, would it be of extreme difficulty to you if we marked your original as an exhibit and gave you a copy back for your file?
That's fine.
Only because it's in pen, and I think it's going to be a little easier maybe for us, if that's okay with the court.
Yes.
Your Honor, could this document has writing on both sides be marked as People's Exhibit 514?
514.
And I'll write in red to differentiate from the writing that's on it. 514 at the bottom of the side that has the L, which I assume represents the left hand. Mr. Fairlow, you would put that up on the, I think the other way around. And if we could, let me give the doctor a copy that you previously provided to me. Doctor, does that appear to be a true and correct copy of the document that we have up on the Elmo?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Fairlow, well, just to begin with, the L at the top of the diagram represents this is the left hand, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if we'll move down, you've got even a little more. Okay. Let me start with the last word at the bottom that says clubbing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you previously testified on direct examination that, even in fact, I think in your report, Exhibit 507, made a finding of clubbing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, would it be accurate to say clubbing is a situation, if you look at a profile of your fingernail, normally one sees the fingernail is lower towards the finger as it goes towards the wrist, then it will be at the center and at the tip of the fingernail where we clip our fingernails.
Correct. Normally the nail from the nail bed angulates slightly upward, and clubbing you take an initial downward path and scoop down.
So in other words, it's filled up at the lower part where the nail bed begins, if you will.
Correct. Then at the nail bed, that becomes, when looking at the finger longitudinally, that's the highest point, and then the nail basically starts curving downward, where if you all look at your own nails, you can see that there's a slight angulation upward of a normal nail.
Now, Doctor, I've put on the Elmo with Mr. Fairtlow's assistance one of the exhibits from 1249, which I believe you testified on Friday represents the ring finger of Mr. Simpson's left hand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Fairtlow's ahead of me. He's got an arrow just about where I'd like it. Is this a photograph that, in your opinion, demonstrates the phenomenon of clubbing?
Yes, it is.
And would you indicate, you said it normally it starts and it's a downward angle, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to you, if Mr. Fairlow moved to the left where the nail bed begins, and then trace along a line towards the tip of the fingernail, does that appear to you that the fingernail bed is actually rising slightly?
No, it does not. That appears to be clubbing to me.
And doctor, if you believe that that is clubbing, how severe a case would you describe that as being?
You don't rate clubbing. I certainly have never heard of any rating system for clubbing. Either it's kind of a yes or no answer.
Well, doctor, would it be of some assistance if, in fact, what you found was, let me withdraw the question if I might. You've seen cases, have you not, doctor, of clubbing where it's clear that there's a sponginess material, whatever it is, that has raised the area where the nail bed begins much higher than we see in Mr. Simpson's finger in this photograph, so that the angle is much more pronounced. Is that a fair statement?
There are different levels of clubbing, yes. I'm not aware of a prognostic significance of that, so that's why I didn't.
If a rheumatologist said that if that is clubbing, it's of minimal significance, would you agree with that assessment?
I think it's clubbing, and I'd basically agree with that.
Would you agree, I'm not sure you've answered my question, that it would be of minimal significance? This degree?
I think that clubbing is a yes or no phenomenon, to the best of my knowledge, and I may be off in left field, but no, I'm not aware of a significant versus a non-significant clubbing in terms of looking at it. Certainly when you see somebody with clubbing, a lot of people are just born with it, and it's of no significance whatsoever. Occasionally it represents some other type of disease, occasionally pulmonary, occasionally some other type of disease. So I think if you have clubbing, you make a note of it and you look into possible causes without saying, gee, that's a minimally significant clubbing, let's forget it, as compared to, gee, that's a significant clubbing, let's really work that up. So no, I'm not aware of that differentiation.
Doctor, if we could have Mr. Fairlow put back now what we're looking at, that exhibit 514, I believe it is. And again, the left hand. On this hand-drawn sketch, you wrote information regarding 3 cuts that you identified to the left ring and middle finger of Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And doctor, did you identify all cuts that you saw by naked eye examination on June 15th to those fingers?
No, I didn't.
You were asked on direct examination about 3 cuts. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
How many cuts in total did you identify on June 15th, 1994 to Mr. Simpson's left hand, wrist, arm?
He had basically the third cut there on the 4th finger had 2 components. It was one laceration, but on this initial picture, there's mainly, if you look at the spatial relationship, there's it looks, basically I put one slash there and it looks like it's not basically representing the inferior portion of what I kind of call the 3B part of that laceration. That stayed that way basically because immediately on dictating my report after 48 hours and sending it in, to try to be a little bit more clear, transferred these pictures over to 2 right hands, and there was it was a stereotypic mistake. In other words, the right hand, I put these starting left cuts, and basically I could see immediately that that was incorrect, but obviously I didn't want to change any of the records, and so I kept this picture the same, as well as the other description as well.
Your Honor, I'm asking Mr. Fairclough to put from Exhibit 507 this drawing that is marked page 440. Now, Doctor, this is the form that you subsequently transferred the information to,
That is correct.
and basically we're looking at an outline, dorsal and palmar of a right hand, but you are using this to represent a left hand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would it be accurate to say that what you have diagrammed on the second finger, the index finger
Correct.
of the right dorsal, back of the hand, the right side of this diagram, is
Correct.
intended to reflect the ring finger of the left hand?
That is correct.
In other words, you would put whatever is identified there, and if Mr. Fairclough has the identifying caret, and Mr. Harris is going to help us out, thanks very much. If Mr. Fairclough will move it down to to the left of that, please. That line right there.
Correct.
Doctor, that line there is inaccurately placed, is that correct?
It's accurately placed, but it should be elongated. I basically put a shorter laceration there than what was in fact there, waiting for the pictures to return. You're
Well,
right.
excuse me, that is it not, the index finger of the right hand?
That's correct.
The injury it is to reflect is to the ring finger of the left hand. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
The ring finger of the right hand would be, if Mr. Fairclough moved the caret directly horizontal and over one more, that is the ring finger of the right hand, is it not?
That is correct.
And if you wanted to put that cut that you identified on the index finger on the correct finger, recognizing this is a right hand drawing for a left hand,
Right.
that would be where it should be, right?
That's correct.
So it is improperly located by you on this form.
Yes, it is.
All right, Doctor, let's start, if we could, please. Thanks, Mr. Harris. I think we're going to ask Mr. Fairclough to come back to Exhibit 514. With respect to your rough drawing, you do have it located, do you not, on the ring finger of the left hand?
Yes, I do.
What did you write down with respect to any description of that particular injury? And if you can't read it from, I'm talking about writing down on
Oh,
this.
okay.
Now, I gave you a copy, that's why if you need to take a look at it, if you can't, Mr. Fairclough maybe can zoom in a bit.
Partially healed edges with heme in between edges of cut, and below paper cut.
I want to be clear, just what you started to read. Doctor, that doesn't refer to the index finger injury, does it? That refers to the injury on the middle finger. Isn't that correct?
Correct. Paper cut slice.
Okay, let's start. Now you're going to tell us what you wrote for the ring finger left hand, correct?
No. The third finger left hand is slice angulated injury, about 1 centimeter.
All right, is that to reference what would be the lower injury diagram to the far left of this particular diagram?
Yes, it would.
Okay. In fact, don't you have an arrow? Do you not have an arrow? And Mr. Fairclough, if you'll down, Mr. Fairclough, to the right, right there. That is the area, is it not, Doctor, where you diagrammed in what you defined as an injury to the left ring finger?
That's correct.
And you have an arrow pointing to that, correct?
That is correct.
What, if any, written entry did you make describing that injury?
The written injury
On this document?
on that document, none.
So
The
where it
paper
says,
cut, slice, angulated injury is discussing that lesion, the distal part of the third finger.
so where it says paper cut, that paper cut, and you see how the T of cut is just above the arrow that is pointing to the area of the injury on the left ring finger. Do you see that?
Correct, yes.
Is it your testimony, doctor, that paper cut there does not refer to that injury on the left ring finger?
That is correct.
All right. Now, paper cut then refers to the injury to the middle finger. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now if Mr. Fairtlow could move the diagram so maybe we can center on. Thanks, Mr. Harris. Let's start. I want to start with the paper cut, if we could. Mr. Fairtlow, drop down if you would, please. Now, what did you then write with respect to this? Down a little, Mr. Fairtlow, with the arrow, please. For that injury, you notice you have, again, a caret sign pointing to it?
Yes.
Now, what did you write then for that particular finding, doctor?
Paper cut, slice, angulated injury.
Did you write in any way that that was caused by glass?
No, I did not.
Did you write in any way that that was caused by a knife?
No, I did not.
But in fact, when Mr. Shapiro asked you on direct examination the cause of that particular injury, you said it was due to a sharp object, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you indicated things like a metal object, right?
Yes,
Like a knife
yes,
or glass,
yes.
not a paper cut, right?
When I initially saw the wound, it was sliced so clean. That was what came into my head initially, and I did jot that down, absolutely.
And so clean means it had no rough edges. Isn't that correct, doctor?
That is the one cut that has no rough edges.
And your testimony on Friday on direct exam was the absence of a rough edge would be more consistent with a knife. It was the presence of a rough edge on one of the injuries that led you to favor glass over a knife for that other injury. Isn't that correct?
Both glass and knives can have smooth cuts. However, if you have a sharp cut, there's no way of knowing. On that case, part of the reason why I thought that that was more consistent with glass was the fact that the wound appeared to me to continue directly over to the adjacent fourth index finger, and that it was difficult after I really sat down and thought about it for me to believe or to think that this cut, which seemed to continue over, it seemed more consistent with some type of irregularly shaped object, sharp object, than a knife to be able to cause both of those seemingly related lacerations, if in fact they were related.
Doctor, my question though to you was, on direct examination in response to Mr. Shapiro's question, you differentiated glass over a knife because of the rough edge of one of the cuts. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And your testimony here is that this other cut, this one you initially described as a paper cut, does not have a rough surface, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Doctor, did you try and age each of these injuries to form an opinion as to how old the injury was?
I really did not. I have a mental picture of it, and obviously, much more important, I wanted to rely on the pictures that were taken.
Well, doctor, your visual examination was the best examination. Pictures may be distortions in some respect. They may not, but they may be, right?
I think pictures are going to tell this pretty accurately, I would certainly hope.
All right, well, doctor, then, did you attempt to age these injuries?
I don't really consider myself a pathologist to age injuries, but I mean, if you want my opinion, absolutely. I mean, I attempted to see if the ages were relatively similar, if the erythema around the borders was similar, if the amount of clot inside, the degree of scabbing was similar. And it was difficult because the cuts were so dissimilar. One of them, the fishhook cut on the third proximal interphalangeal joint, was a slice injury, and there was a significant amount of blood and heme there. The laceration on the distal third finger, which was the very smooth one, was wide open without anything inside. It was more superficial, and it was totally clean. The edges were not touching. As you well know, a wound heals much more quickly when the laceration goes in perpendicular to the skin surface, and these were beveled or angulated lacerations. But it did appear to me that there was some continuity, because right this smooth lesion, it came right over into this third, what I call the cut 3B, came right seemingly over in one fell injury, and it seemed like some sort of sharp object caused both of those, and it made it a little bit more difficult in my mind to think that it was a knife, although certainly I never said that it couldn't be a knife. I said that it seemed more consistent with glass.
But you said it was more consistent with glass because of the rough edge of that injury, correct?
The rough edge of the injury, putting them both together, they seem to be a similar injury.
Did you assume all of the injuries you saw on his left hand were incurred at the same time?
I didn't make that assumption, and certainly, as I've described, the wounds had different entry marks, and it was very difficult, certainly not something that I have any expertise in terms of exactly dating them, and that's why, in my mind, I was just to see Mr. Simpson. I requested that the pictures be taken and that all these legal issues be handled by a qualified forensic pathologist, because I knew full well that that wasn't something that I was going to be able to testify up here in front of court on, because that's not what I do for a living. And when I made these drawings, I had no intention of answering any of these questions, because I assumed I would not be an expert, and that I just wanted to make sure the pictures represented what I had remembered, and I feel in that case they are.
Did you tell Mr. Shapiro that you did not consider yourself an expert in identifying these kinds of injuries?
In dating them, I think is what I said, in terms of exactly timing. This is not something that I do as part of my practice, in terms of looking at a wound and without, as you say, making the assumption that the patient is lying to me, exactly go back and date it somehow, whether it's carbon dating back centuries or back days. That isn't something that I do for a living, and I don't even pretend to offer any more than a sidewalk consultation on that.
Well, doctor, though, as part of your training in the emergency room that you relied upon in being able to differentiate knife cuts from glass cuts, you would be involved in the same process with respect to when you got the injury. You asked the patients if they're conscious, able to talk. When did you get it, right?
That's absolutely correct.
And you also are in a situation where people will come after you've put in some sutures to see how the wound is healing. Isn't that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that would be in situations where you would know, based on patient history, when the wound was inflicted, right? Assuming
That
it
is
was
correct.
accurately given.
That is correct.
And then you would know what's the condition of the wound at the time you're looking at it the next visit, right?
That's a sutured wound, which is totally different than a gaping wound that's had bacterial infestation, and that is cut at a variety of angles, and that has totally different appearances in all of these cuts, and has totally different healing qualities, different rates of epithelialization, different rates of wound contracture, and all these are very difficult issues unless you've, studied pictures and really made a science of this, which I certainly have not.
Well, doctor, is it your testimony that you have never, in your emergency room moonlighting over the years you've identified, never been dealing with patients who have the kind of cuts that you saw on Mr. Simpson's left hand at various stages of healing? Is that your testimony, sir?
No, I have seen cuts at every different stage of healing, but I have not made a mental note, is this a cut 1 day old, 2 days old, 3 days old, 4 days old, or 5 days old? That's a very tight call. And short of evaluating a wound for its need or appropriateness of suturing, apart from evaluating a wound for its infected or non-infectious nature, apart from evaluating a wound for foreign bodies inside, in terms of dating it exactly, I don't think that that's something that I feel comfortable doing. I think that I have seen a lot of people who I think were answering truthfully say, I got cut by a knife slicing the bagel this morning, or I got cut by glass washing the dishes in the sink. And I feel I have a general idea, a pretty good idea after all those years, of recognizing the difference between glass and knife, and I think it comes down to, and again, this may be oversimplified, if there is a lot of erratic, shaggy edges, then it's probably not something perfectly sharp like a surgical blade or a razor blade or a knife. If there's some jagged edge, then it's more likely some other type of irregular but very sharp material.
All right, let's move on.
If I have one last question in this area.
I think we've covered this quite a bit now.
All right. One last question, if the court feels it's in the
No,
same vein.
Wind
then I'll-
it up, but let's move on.
Doctor, if Mr. Simpson's hand was moving at an angle to the instrument inflicting the injury, that could account for the roughness or shagginess of the edge. Isn't that correct, sir?
It could account for
Objection. It's beyond discussion.
Or you can answer the question.
if you are slicing with a knife and you move suddenly, you'd have to, in order to get a beveled edge, of course, you'd have to move smoothly, but you could get one or two large movements, theoretically.
Which would give a shaggy appearance, correct?
Not a shaggy appearance, maybe a change in direction of the laceration.
Now, doctor, I want you to assume hypothetically the following, and you tell me whether any of your findings would be inconsistent with this. Okay, let me withdraw that. Did you ask Mr. Simpson when he got any of these injuries? When, as in time, he got any of these injuries?
Again, I think that this is maybe going to come as a shock to you, but I was asked to see him because of acute anxiety, situational problems, and to evaluate to make sure that medically he was okay. I took careful pictures of the hands. I asked him how he got the lacerations, which he said he got cut by glass. I did not ask him the time. I didn't ask him whether or not he committed this crime. I didn't go into those items. That was for different people. He had a whole different set of people evaluating those things. This was not something where I saw myself as somebody that was going to be sitting here defending him in court. I was really seeing him as a doctor, taking pictures of anything abnormal that I saw, and not really evaluating him so that at some later date I would sit here to protect him or do anything else in a legal vein along the lines you're asking me currently.
No, I have another photograph. May this be marked as Exhibit 515?
515. Have you shown that to counsel?
No, but it was given to me by defense counsel. I'm sorry. Yes, may I approach first?
You may.
Doctor, let me show you, and I wrote 515 on the back of the photograph, Your Honor. Doctor, are you familiar with what's shown in that photograph?
Yes, I am.
And is that in fact a photograph taken on June 17th, 1994?
Yes, it is.
And this is taken during the course of the subsequent examination in which you were involved, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're seen in this photograph, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And is that Dr. Baden that's also seen in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
What are you looking at, you and Dr. Baden looking at in this photograph?
Objection is simply the fact not.
Sustain or phrase the question.
Well, let's just put it up on the Elmo, preferably that way, yes. If we could back up just a little, Mr. Ferretlow, so we can see. Just for clarification, looking to the left, that's Dr. Baden, correct?
Yes, it is.
Looking to the right in the foreground with the glasses, that's you. Is that correct, Dr.
Yes, it is.
Heisinger? And in the yellow shirt is Mr. Simpson?
Yes, it is.
And is that Mr. Simpson's right hand that appears to be resting on Dr. Baden's left palm?
Yes, it is.
Now, doctor, was this part of the more complete examination of the hands for injuries?
This was a...
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Doctor, what are the two of you doing in this photograph then?
Objection irrelevant.
Let me see counsel sidebar with the court reporter, please. Proceed.
Let me re-ask the question. I think I started with a question. Doctor, what are you and Dr. Bodden doing in this photograph?
Objection, not known.
Sustained.
What are you doing in this photograph, Doctor?
Objection, it would be the photograph.
Overruled.
I think he just identified himself, Mr. Shapiro, in the...
Not doing anything.
Overruled. Counsel.
You may answer the question, Doctor. What are you doing in this photograph?
Looks like I'm just standing there. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Are you looking at anything in particular?
I have no recollection of exactly what he might have been doing with that particular procedure. I think that what we did there was, as I said, he and Dr. Lee were present on the 17th, and basically just to make sure that the correct photographs were taken. And again, they're the ones that were going to handle what the cuts were, what they meant, how to age them. The entire hand was rephotographed, and I believe, if I had to take a guess what was going on, this was just a picture, I believe, taken by Dr. Lee. That was the start of this whole process of re-examining his entire body with those two specialists there. Again, no one wanted to rely on, that wasn't really my role, and so at this point they were re-photographing his entire hands as well as his entire body.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we're done with the photograph. Let me ask Mr. Farrell then, if you would, please, to put your rough sketch 514 back up. Now, Doctor, let me ask you if there is anything inconsistent from your examination that the injuries that you've identified in this drawing could have been caused by different sources at different times.
I think that's
Overruled.
You may answer the question, Doctor.
I think it's possible, but again, it was difficult because the injuries were of quite different nature, as I explained before. And so while they could all have been incurred at the exact same moment, they also could have been at a slightly different time. Again, the time frame of 1 or 2 days, certainly with my expertise, would be very difficult for me to tell the difference when you have cuts that have different entry angulation and therefore different healing rates. You also, of course, the healing is dependent on how much laxity there is in the skin. So depending on where the laceration is in the finger in terms of, is there motion on that joint? Is it an area where there's really no motion? Is it an area over the third finger where there's swollen joints, and so obviously the skin will be pulled back? All those factors, even if everything were cut exactly the same moment, it could appear, I would think, absolutely difficult, and the healing rate could be quite different. I think all of us have had the experience where you get multiple cuts and some heal much quicker than others. Typically the ones over your joint will be the one that just keeps breaking open and bleeding, for extended periods.
Doctor, would it be then fair to say, though, that given the different nature of appearance between the 3 cuts that are identified in this hand-drawn sketch, that is suggestive that the injuries may have been caused by different sources?
It's very difficult to say. It's very difficult to say, but there's various theories, because if you take a hand where the majority of the injuries are right here, and right here on the left hand, and then, as we discussed before, there's a fine abrasion right here, and you kind of had some system like that, and the injuries are kind of along this ray. It could be possible that they were all caused at the same time by the same substance as well.
For the record, the doctor took his left hand, and with the palms up, he made a up and down motion, I think several times, Your Honor, with that forearm and hand, as if, Doctor, to represent striking some surface. Is that correct?
Some surface or some sharp thing, correct.
Now, Doctor, if that had been the situation, wouldn't you expect to see contusions to the areas along the knuckles that come in contact with the hard surface in the action that you just demonstrated?
Again, it's very difficult depending on the force of the blow, and number two, depending on whether, someone strikes something that is sharp right up front, or somebody basically rubs their hand over this sharp surface. That's a tough call.
Your Honor, I have another photograph. May this be marked, it's a color photograph, what appears to be the left hand. May this be marked as 516?
Yes.
And as Mr. Fairlow, and perhaps reduce the glare in some fashion. And I'm going to be asking you, Mr. Fairlow, if you can focus more on the wrist area for the moment. Exactly, that's perfect. And if you can also do some kind of caret. Exactly. If you move it down, straight down, please. And now to the left. And a little more, and down just a tad, right there. Doctor, do you see where the arrow has stopped here?
Yes, I do.
You testified at the end of your direct examination by Mr. Shapiro that you did identify a couple of abrasions. You described them as punctate abrasions, is that correct?
There were a number of abrasions. I believe the punctate ones were more, you can see them right on, as I look at this picture, on the left-hand side, you can see a dot and then another dot. Those were the punctate lesions. And then there were several these other small abrasions, which were, more in the, I think, something like 1/4 by an 1/8 inch and an 1/8 by an 1/8.
First of all, let me ask you, if this was your testimony, page 366 of the real-time transcript, other than those on the 15th referring to the cuts that you've already testified to, there was no other evidence of any trauma except for several very small little punctate abrasions that were also on the back of his left palm, but they appeared to be basically zigzag areas of maybe several centimeters, which were very superficial irritation scrapings of some sort. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Did that testimony refer to what we are seeing under the caret here?
That did include those areas. There's a straight area you can't see on this picture, and then there are these several dots, and then there are these other two areas, yes.
Doctor, would you describe this as the back of the left palm?
Yes, I would.
All right. And that is an abrasion, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is that an injury? That's a blunt force trauma type of injury, correct?
It could be a blunt force, but more likely some sort of a scrape or...
Well, let's assume Dr. Lakshmanan has testified that blunt force trauma is a category of certain kinds of injuries which includes abrasions, contusions, lacerations. Any reason to disagree with that analysis?
Objection to the form of the question.
Oral.
You may answer the question, Doctor.
Say that one more time. Let me hear that
If Dr.
definition.
Lakshmanan testified that blunt force trauma is a generalized category of types of injuries that includes abrasions, contusions, and lacerations, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I wouldn't.
And as he also testified, I'll ask you to assume that an abrasion is a scraping type action. Is that consistent with what you identified on what appears to be the lateral side of the little finger of the area near the little finger's base of the left wrist?
Right, it's actually over the carpal bones on the left side, the ulnar side of the carpal bones, yes.
That's one abrasion.
Correct.
And did that appear to be of the same vintage age-wise as the cuts that you were looking at on the third and fourth fingers of Mr. Simpson's left hand?
The finger cuts were still open, and this appeared to be somewhat more healed on the 15th.
But an abrasion doesn't have the appearance of a cut, does it, Doctor?
No, it does not.
And so the fact that a cut is open is not relevant to the degree of healing of an abrasion, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
All right, if Mr. Fairlow can you circle that, please, Mr. Fairlow? So we'll call that abrasion number 1, just for keeping account if we could. Mr. Fairlow, would you move the arrow to the right? along the, okay, you do it that way, a little further, there, look, right there. Now, doctor, is that another abrasion that you identified on June 15th?
Yes, it is.
And in fact, in your diagram, is this going to really, Mr. Fairbault? No, I'll tell you what, before we get to the diagram. Did it appear to be of about the same vintage as the first abrasion?
Yes, it did.
And if Mr. Fairbault could circle that. May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, showing you this diagram that we already had up from Exhibit 507, did you write in on that form the location and description of those two things we're looking at on this photograph, Exhibit 515?
Yes, I did.
What was your measurement of what we've described here as abrasion number 1, the one that is closer to the fingers?
I put that was the closer to the fingers.
Yes.
Approximately 1 centimeter.
And 1 centimeter, you said on Friday you thought was 2.2 centimeters to the inch. And I think
We'll correct that to 2.54. So it's basically
third of an inch maybe?
a third of an inch.
And how about abrasion number 2? Did you measure that one?
Yes, I did.
How long was that one?
I marked it was approximately a half of a centimeter.
So that's about a sixth of an inch?
Correct.
Doctor, in your opinion, was each of those consistent with some kind of scraping, such as, for example, a fingernail?
Didn't appear to be a fingernail, but obviously if you catch a fingernail flush, that would be a possibility. But typically you're looking for some kind of a curve. You know, we see obviously a lot of fingernails in the eyeball. I guess that's where I've had the most experience, where you can see that characteristic curvature. And, you know, usually scrapes on the skin are a little wider than, you know, the scrape he had, but that certainly was something that I entertained.
Well, doctor, let me ask you hypothetically to assume that Dr. Lakshmanan testified that he identified on Mr. Goldman's neck 2 superficial incise wounds, semi-parallel in nature, running along the front of his neck. All right?
Okay.
Assume that. And further, that he offered an opinion that those 2 superficial incise wounds were consistent with being inflicted by a person holding a knife in the right hand who had Mr. Goldman from behind controlled with a left arm around the chest area. Do you have a pretty good picture of that?
Yes?
And in such a situation, doctor, would it be accurate to say that the area that you see the 2 abrasions in this photograph would be exposed to the outside if it's in the position that I've got right here, a bar arm type of hold across the chest?
I think that is a possibility. You'd really have to rotate it out because you see this ulnar styloid is sticking out right here. And so, you know, you really have to, let's see, you're saying, let's
No,
get the hand
it's
right,
the-
left hand.
The left hand, the left arm. I want you to assume, and with
Well,
the
it's going to take me a little time to work this out. I'm not going to just do this instantly.
I think we can help you with it. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could Dr. Heisinger step down, please?
Yes.
And Doctor, if you will take on a role that I played a little earlier in this trial, and perhaps you could face the jury. And I'm going to represent Dr. Lakshmanan by putting my arm, I don't have as long an arm as he had, around your chest. And that he then, with his right arm, appearing to hold a knife, made some slashing gestures with his right hand to represent how haunting type of parallel cuts could be inflicted. You with me so far?
Yes.
All right, now, in this position that I'm in, would it be correct to say, I've got a watch on, let me take the watch off. Would it be correct to say, doctor, that the area of Mr. Simpson's hand and wrist and arm where we see those 2 abrasions would be, in this position, to the outside of Mr. Goldman?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You may ask the question, doctor. Just as I've got my hand in this position.
It's possible, but if you just in this position, I still feel your ulnar styloid sticking out a little bit right here. So I still think you could abrade this area, but then why didn't you abrade this area if you got this area? Because you almost have to be like this somehow to get both of those. And if you're coming in, curving toward me. You're sticking out this ulna styloid.
What if I'm not curving, doctor, but I've got you now, where I am applying the pressure, and I
Well,
think
then-
you'll verify the pressure is being applied right here, is it not? And this area is out. I just wanted to ask you,
I hope he's not hurting the doctor with all this.
not in the slightest, am I, doctor?
No.
Doctor,
Yeah.
the question though
He's a
was,
wrestler, counselor.
I'm sure he could throw
Which
me
one?
in a second, Your Honor.
Yes.
The question, doctor, and this is the only question, is this area that is on the outside of your body the area that is depicted in the photograph that's up on the Elmo?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now you can retake the stand. And doctor, if Mr. Goldman was trying to get the knife or the arm that's holding the knife at his throat away from him, and he's grappling to try and get free, would you agree, doctor, that if he rubs along the left edge of the left hand of the perpetrator, if that position of the perpetrator's arm was as I demonstrated, that that could be a source for such abrasions?
Could you actually tell us what you
Overruled.
Certainly, abrasions could be caused by that type of emotion, whether or not they would be in that exact location. Again, I would have to look at the exact dimensions of Mr. Simpson's arm, and you know, this is like a lot of medicine. You have to do a test. You know, that's what science is all about.
You have to do a test. What test did you do to see Mr. Simpson ever attempt to run, to see how well he could run? Did you ever ask him to run at any time?
I never asked him to run.
And that would be the best test, would it not, to see how well he could run given his arthritic condition as you found it?
He told me he could not run, and you're right, I took him at his word.
Your Honor, I think we're up to, is it 517?
517.
I have another photograph that appears to show the left arm. May that be marked as that designation? And I've written it on the back of that photograph. Sparrow, if you'll take down the previous one and put this one on. Could we, and focus more again on the back of the hand at the moment rather than on the fingers. Great. And Mr. Fairlow, can you take a arrow again and about in the center of the photograph, bring it down? Right, a little further down, please. Doctor, do you see where the arrow is right now on this exhibit 517?
Yes, I do.
Did you observe that particular finding at the time of your June 15th examination?
Yes, I did.
Did you form an opinion as to what that represented?
No, I did not.
Would you agree that you did not describe it anywhere on your rough diagram, which we marked as exhibit 514? That's this.
No, I would disagree with that.
All right, would you, let me show you. You tell me then where you mark these in.
Right here. These lines right there.
Okay. What do these other lines mean? And we'll get this up so everybody can see.
Those were the little, the ditzels that we were talking about.
The ditzels, which
Yeah.
are the ditzels?
Immediately to the right of that linear area, and then there's one back behind that. Again, those were just to make me remember to look at those on the pictures, but they were definitely there.
Did you ever write a report describing what those things were? I'm sorry, yes, if we could put exhibit 514 up, we'll come back to the photograph just so everybody can see what you've described. And doctor, why don't you point out if you would, and then maybe Mr. Farrell will circle it. Direct him if you can.
These areas right here, and there's a dot. Again, there's a little area right there. These were areas that, again, I was counting totally on the pictures to document those. I was putting those down as a self-reminder. Taking the exact pictures, I can't draw. It's all very misleading. This wasn't what I intended to do diagrammatically, and I wanted to have pictures be the record for that, and that's why I had pictures taken.
Doctor, do you still have your original report that we marked? Yes. I'm sorry, that's yours. I think this is the one I need. Mr. Fairlow, would you put up, again, page 440? And for the record, Mr. Fairlow drew some circles around the area that the doctor had pointed out on his rough diagram.
Yes.
Now, doctor, this is the more complete diagram, and if Mr. Fairlow will raise it just a bit, could you raise it just so we see the bottom? At the bottom, you drew in, or wrote in, and maybe you could raise it even further, Mr. Fairlow, and we'll focus on just right at the end. There we go. We're looking at now those two areas of abrasion.
Correct.
That were seen in the photograph. We were looking at 516, I think it is.
Correct.
All right. Now, if we'll bring the rest of the schematic into view, did you draw in any of those little lines that you drew in your rough diagram?
Yes, I did.
And would you indicate where they are?
There's a zigzag line and then those various dots down below.
All right. If you'll direct Mr. Fairlow.
This was intended to be the abrasion, and then these various dots that represented these various other punctate lesions, again, that I was doing as a mnemonic, assuming that these were all going to be replaced by the photos, and that this was just something that would...
I'm sorry.
That this was something that would then just keep the whole issue fresh in my mind.
Where Mr. Fairlow has the uppermost arrow, you said that was, in your opinion, an abrasion?
That was the linear laceration.
Laceration or abrasion, doctor?
Linear abrasion.
And let's ask Mr. Fairlow, you can print that out? Sure, why don't you print that out? Thanks, Mr. Harris. And now ask you to put up 517 again, and again focusing on that. Bring the arrow over, if you would, please, Mr. Fairlow, to the right. Right there. Is that, doctor, what you are now describing as this abrasion?
The linear abrasion, correct.
All right. Now, doctor, if Mr. Simpson had had a glove on his left hand, that area would, in your opinion, be covered if the glove were still being worn, would it not be the situation?
It would be difficult to get this sort of abrasion unless there was something inside the glove, if in fact your premise of wearing a glove were correct, yes.
But if the glove had been forcibly removed, this area of the hand would be exposed. Is that correct?
Sustained. Sustained.
Doctor, I want you to assume hypothetically that Mr. Simpson did murder Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman.
Sustained. Phrase the question.
I want you to assume, doctor, hypothetically that the
No.
that the perpetrator of the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman wore gloves, left and right hand. That in the effort to perpetrate the murder, he lost the left glove, exposing the hand as we see it in this photograph. You with me so far on this hypothetical?
Yes, I am.
And that in the course of Mr. Goldman trying to get the knife in the right hand of the perpetrator away from his neck, that he scratched the perpetrator's left hand that was being used to control him, much like I demonstrated with you earlier this afternoon. Do you have that assumption?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you have that assumption in mind, doctor?
Yes, I do.
Again, would this be consistent, in your opinion, with an injury received by Mr. Simpson under such a hypothetical set of circumstances?
can I see some pictures of that cut so that I can
Sure, you
just
wanna-
make sure the right to left? Because you'd think if his right hand,
For the record, I'm giving the witness Exhibit 517.
Yes.
that would be a possibility.
That would be a possibility? I'm sorry.
That would be a possibility.
May I recollect? Doctor, I'm going to just ask you collectively regarding these other injuries, but to do so, let me mark some additional photographs, and I'll show them to you collectively. What appears to be 7 additional photographs of the left wrist or hand area. May they be marked collectively 518A through whatever the next letter would be.
Yes.
And then what appear to be 2 photographs of the right hand. I'm sorry, I need to add one more of the left hand to the collection. A photograph of the right hand that I'd ask to be marked as Exhibit 519.
19.
May I approach? There are 2 of them. I'm sorry, I was right the first time. 519A and B.
Fine.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, would you look at the Exhibit 518A through wherever it's going to end? And basically, as you're looking at them, my question to you is, do each of these photographs fairly and accurately show the left hand, wrist, or arm near the area of the wrist of Mr. Simpson as of the time you saw him on June 15th and June 17th, 1994?
Excuse me?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
These are photographs that we turned over to Mr.
Go ahead and look at the photographs. Mr. Gilbert?
Well, I certainly accept the stipulation as required under defense discovery, but the question was, do these fairly and accurately represent the areas depicted as of the time seen by Dr. Huizinga on June 15th and June 17th, 1994?
Proceed.
And that's the purpose I asked you to look at them, Doctor.
Gilbert?
Doctor, you've had a chance to review each of them?
Yes, I have.
Does each of those photographs fairly and accurately show the area depicted in each of the photographs as seen by you on June 15th and June 17th, 1994?
The areas of the injuries are similar, correct?
And basically, do the photographs fairly show them? In other words, it's not a distortion, what we're looking at.
No, I don't believe these are distorted.
Now, doctor, let me add 2 other photographs. Oh, I'm sorry, this one's been marked. I'm not sure that this one has, just to be on the safe side, another one to add to the 518 collection, Your Honor,
All right.
of the left hand. Same question to you, doctor. Does that fairly and accurately show the area of the left hand, back of the left hand, as you saw it on June 15th and June 17th?
Yes, it does.
And let me show you then the 2 photographs marked 519A and B, and ask you basically the same question regarding the back of the right hand.
Yes, it does.
Doctor, with respect to the left hand, how many injuries, and I will include cuts, abrasions together. How many injuries did you see on June 15th on Mr. Simpson? Whether you diagrammed them in or you have to go on the basis of the photographs, and let me give you the photographs and you can look through them to count if necessary.
He sustained an injury to his proximal interphalangeal joint that we've discussed. He sustained an injury to the distal third interphalangeal joint. He sustained a injury that appeared to be continuous, but did have kind of a mid break area on the fourth, basically from the the distal to the proximal interphalangeal joint.
Let me stop you if you're done with that description, because we have a photograph and I'm going to ask you, this is one of the defense exhibits, 1249.
That's correct.
All right, doctor, if Mr. Fairlow can get us the arrow again, why don't you trace for us on this photograph the course that you're talking about? And I think you may need to bring it, there you go, Mr. Fairlow.
Basically, it's difficult to see here, at least at my angle, but the incision, the laceration starts here, and there appeared to be kind of a continuous synoidal pattern right here. It seemed to be one injury to me at the time. That was my initial impression.
In looking at this photograph or any of the other photographs, has your opinion changed as to whether or not, in fact, this may be the product of separate injuries?
I still think that it's a continuing type of injury.
Now, we could go on, and Mr. Fairlow, if you could print that out, perhaps. And, Your Honor, could the printout just be added to the defense exhibit of 1249? You want to make it a people's exhibit? Then it's 520. We're done with the photo.
All right, 5 minutes, Mr. Gilbert.
Okay. Any other on the left? Any others on the left?
And then we had the abrasion that we noted here. We had
May I approach, Your Honor?
as I recall, 3 punctate lesions,
A lesion being an injury,
an injury, kind of a small circular area.
and let me have, Your Honor, just to be on the safe side, could this be 519A? So we'll be able to identify, 518A, excuse me. Mr. Fairlow, will you put that up so we can all see what the doctor's looking at? And we're going to focus down towards the arm from where we saw that linear abrasion. Is that correct, doctor?
That is correct.
And if Mr. Fairlow gets the arrow up to the right, to the right, to the right, up, right there. Is that one of the injuries, the punctate lesions as you described it?
Yes, it is.
And is that consistent with an abrasion, punctate abrasion, much like you described the other as being a linear abrasion?
Of some sort.
Did they appear to be in approximately the same state of healing?
Yes, they did.
Are there any other abrasions as seen in this photograph, 518A?
Yes, there's one below that and a little bit off to the right.
All right, if we can lower the arrow to the right, down further, Mr. Fairlow, perhaps, to the right,
To the right,
right there about, doctor?
correct?
And is that a similar punctate abrasion?
Yes, it is.
Anything else in this photograph?
I don't see anything in that photograph.
If Mr. Fairlow could print this, perhaps? And, Your Honor, 518 AA as the printout?
Yes.
Any others, Doctor?
There was, on one of the pictures here, there were 3, that's why I said it, but they were the other one was somewhat smaller than that.
Why don't you show me which photograph we can put it up?
These, I believe, were the 2 that you have just mentioned, and I don't really see it on this picture.
Let me ask you to look actually at one of the
I don't see it on this picture.
large photographs of the left hand, and I'll make this one 518B. Do you see what appears to be some kind of injury on the thumb?
Yes, I do.
Was that one of the injuries you saw?
No, it was not.
Do you know when this photograph was taken?
I have no idea.
As between the 15th or the 17th, we've stipulated this has been provided by defense counsel. Can you tell us when?
That looks like the 15th.
And Mr. Fairlow, could you put this 518B up and see if we can see this injury? On the thumb area, there we go. Do you want to switch perhaps the other direction, Mr. Fairlow? No, I mean with the thumb vertical, I'm sorry. And down. And about in the halfway down from the thumbnail, Mr. Fairlow, with an arrow. You have no recollection, Doctor, of seeing that injury on the 15th?
That was one of the things I didn't indicate, and on the initial evaluation. It obviously was there if that's the 15th, but I didn't make a note of that.
I didn't hear the last part, I'm sorry.
I didn't make a note of that, and I haven't seen this picture ever before.
And Doctor, in looking at the picture, do you have an opinion as to whether this is a cut or an abrasion?
It appears also to be an abrasion of some sort.
Any other injuries, Doctor, to the left hand?
The 2 that we discussed near the ulnar styloid.
Any others?
No, that's everything.
Let me show you the right hand photos. We have 2 photos of the right hand, 519A and B. In the photos, do you see any cuts or abrasions?
No, I don't see any cuts or abrasions here.
Do you see, you described, I think, seeing a paper cut on the 17th that you didn't initially see on the 15th. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
You saw a paper cut at the tip of one of the fingers on the right hand. Is
On
that
the 15th and the 17th.
same one, though?
Same one.
Okay. And you have no idea when that was received age-wise, do you?
No, I basically asked how he got the cuts, and he said he cut it on glass, and I basically did not pursue that.
And that included the right hand paper cut on the end of the particular finger? Is that a yes?
That is a yes.
Your Honor, does the court wish to take a break at this point?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take our mid-afternoon break. Please remember all my admonitions to you, and we'll stand in recess for 15. Doctor, you can step down and return in 15. All right? Parties are again present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Does the court want to hash out this video? Because I've got maybe 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes of questioning before we get to the video.
All right.
Your Honor, there are several videos. First video involves this exercise workout. We have a video that is of the taping sessions. You can divide it into 2 categories. The first part, which I think is roughly 40 minutes, is Mr. Simpson doing take after take of the introduction, running through the, for lack of a better term, spiel that is going to be the introduction for the actual exercise portion of the tape. The remaining little less than an hour are the takes of the exercise itself. I have no problem if Mr. Shapiro wants the whole video shown, although I think, quite frankly, the first 40 minutes of the spiel, take after take, is not really terribly relevant to this witness except for hand movements. But I would intend to start with the exercise portion and let the jury see the exercise portion, which is directly relevant to this witness, who has testify with respect to what he believes to be limitations on the part of Mr. Simpson, characterizing him, as the court well has heard, over the last day and a half or so. So that would be the way I would intend to go. There is then the commercial product that is produced, which is cut, of course, from the taping segments, and which includes some things that are not in the taping segment. As an offer of proof, Mr. Shapiro was interested in an offer of proof.
Your Honor, that's not what that is. We're interested in a proper foundation.
Well, Your Honor, it'll be laid on rebuttal. Obviously, I can't lay a foundation at this time for this witness, but I can certainly make an offer of proof to the court that we will lay a foundation which permits this to be used to question this witness. I don't think we are required to bring, oh, by the way, I've been told by Ms. Clark, the trainer who's involved in this was subpoenaed by the defense for Wednesday. But setting even that aside, the law does not require us to lay the foundation first. We can make an offer of proof that we will lay the foundation. Mr. Walker is, in fact, the photographer. He was present for all 3 days, May 25th, May 26th, May 27th of 1994, roughly 16 days, 17 days, 18 days before the murders. He was the director of photography for the videotaping of an aerobic exercise production featuring Mr. Simpson. The taping lasted approximately 12 to 16 hours. The second and third day consisted of videotaping Mr. Simpson swinging a golf club and playing basketball. Some of that is in the commercial tape that is sold to the public. That's the foundation, and that this fairly inaccurately, this videotape fairly inaccurately depicts the tapes of the aerobic exercises. Seems to me that that's the foundation we need to lay, and we will be able to lay it when it is our opportunity to call a witness in our rebuttal case.
All right, so you have Mr. Walker who's going to testify to all these things?
Yes, and that I've been reading from a summary of an interview with Mr. Walker at 10 o'clock this morning. And this was at my request to Mr. Yokelson because, again, I got involved later on in the process, and it was my request that Mr. Walker be interviewed.
All right, what other videos are you going to show besides those two?
There is one other video that involves a motivational speech made by Mr. Simpson on March 31 of 1994 at the Juice Plus convention in Dallas. And the portion, which I believe is the only portion relevant, and under 356 the remainder is not, deals with Mr. Simpson's comments regarding his health. And I do have a transcript of that if the court wishes to take a look at it.
And what is your offer as to the foundation for this tape?
The foundation for this is an interview with Mr. Albert J. Martin, president of National Safety Association, the distributor for Juice Plus, who's the one who identified Mr. Simpson as the speaker at this convention. And this is the speech that he gave.
And that this videotape is a videotape of that speech given by the defendant on May 31st?
I believe in the summary of the interview that was done, and this is before I got involved, so it was a taped interview, but I did not have an opportunity for input on the questions of Mr. Martin. The statement from Mr. Martin says, in March, he spoke at our conference in Dallas, Texas. This is a self-authenticating tape, Your Honor, because Mr. Simpson is speaking. I would represent to the court, and the court can look at the video if there's any question or read the transcript, that it's clear that this is, in fact, what Mr. Martin is talking about. Mr. Simpson as a motivational speaker at a Juice Plus convention in Dallas.
You said this was in March or in May?
This is March.
March.
The motivational speech is March 31, 94. And for the record, and I'll give you the full transcript, Mr. Simpson talks about his arthritis. I was at a time where I was having a pretty tough time because I got hit by what they might call, some of you might have it, it's rheumatoid arthritis. I had the beginnings of rheumatoid arthritis. I was having really a tough time. I actually had mornings where I could not open my door. I could not turn my wrist because my wrist, my fingers, my elbows would all get swollen up. They had me on, you name it, Nampicin, Indocin, Motrin. I had so much Motrin you couldn't believe it, you know. Every day, this was my life. My neighbor's a guy named Frank Job, who may be the greatest orthopedic surgeon in the world. He's the guy that rebuilt Tommy John's arm and stuff. He's telling me about this simple little operation that they can do with both my wrists to relieve some of the pain. And I know this is something we don't really get into with this product. We can't really talk about. So when he's telling me about all this stuff and I'm thinking about it, because one thing I can't do anymore, I had gone to a nutritionist, is drink orange juice. And he talks about why you can't drink orange juice. And I was one of these guys that drink a quart of orange juice every day. So as he's telling me about it, I said, you know, I'm going to have to try this stuff. And the stuff is the Juice Plus. I said, I'll call home and get them to send it to me. He said, no, I got it right here. He had a whole bag of it right there. So for the next few months, along once again with changing my diet and stuff, I started taking regularly Juice Plus and started feeling, I don't know if it was mind over matter, if it was a mental thing, but almost immediately I started feeling better. All of a sudden, I was starting to get another 10 yards on my drive, and having viewed the video, Mr. Simpson makes a gesture as if he's swinging a golf club. And then before I knew it, I just started skipping the Nampicin, and skipping the Indocin, and skipping the pain pills, the Advil. I mean, I was one of these guys who was on 6 or 7 Advils a day, you know, until today when I don't have to take anything. And my thought at the time was, I contacted Smokey, who is...
All right, Mr. Kelberg, the two issues are foundation for the tape and whether or not something in March of '94 is relevant to issues in June of '94. Those are the two concerns I have.
Well, I think, Your Honor, the question is, as a foundational fact, a 403 preliminary fact, as to whether it's relevant. That is there any tendency and reason for a rational fact finder, a juror, to say that if, in fact, Mr. Simpson is claiming that he had an arthritic problem before, but he changed his diet and he's on this Juice Plus and he's feeling great, that is relevant to assess whether he was capable less than 2 months later of murdering these two people. I think, given that it is a foundational fact which is at the lowest level of the burden of introducing evidence, that it clearly is relevant. It does have a tendency and reason. We've heard Dr. Heisinger talk about Mr. Simpson coming in on the 15th walking like Tarzan's grandfather, and we've got Mr. Simpson less than 2 months earlier saying he's feeling great. He's off the drugs. He's getting 10 yards more on his golf swing. It'll be for the jury to decide. It may well be that the jury decides Mr. Simpson was lying to those people at that convention. That, in fact, maybe he did have intermittent episodes of arthritis. But the fact he would lie is itself relevant. Lie with respect to his condition. When one is evaluating whether he played through pain and was willing to lie if necessary when it was to his advantage, or whether he would be fully candid, in which case if he wasn't having a problem less than 2 months earlier. So under either circumstance it's relevant, and I submit, given what I've indicated and given what the document itself will show, document in the generic sense I think of Evidence Code section 250, 240, a writing, including a videotape, that it's self-authenticating. But Mr. Martin, I'm certain, given the summary of the interview that I've indicated to the court, would be able to say this is the speech that Mr. Simpson gave March 30, 31 of 1994.
Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. With regard to the minimum or minimal maintenance video that Mr. Simpson participated in, it is our position that if it is played, it should be played in its entirety.
Are we talking about the commercial product?
No, that's what Mr. Kelberg has incorrectly referred to as an aerobic or exercise video, is more a geriatric type of maintenance that Mr. Simpson endorsed and does not perform very well in. If that is shown, it should be shown from the beginning to the end without any breaks, and all of the outtakes that were done should be shown to the jury so they can see all the rest periods, all the breaks that had to be taken, all the reshooting that had to be done, where you will see probably the most strenuous thing is a a series of a minimal amount of push-ups with stress and done improperly. As far as videos of him playing basketball, we would like to see those. The only thing that we know is there is one picture of him taking one shot, making one basket. I don't know that they have videos of him playing basketball. If they have videos of him in a basketball game, they have not provided them to us in discovery. And the outtakes that they have, we do not have, and we'd like to see them before they're shown.
Your Honor, we have provided the defense. Last week, Mr. Lynch, I believe, made arrangements to have the copies made of Mr. Fairwell, one of the two, of all of these videotapes to provide the defense. The product for sale is the one that has three.
When were they provided?
Went late last week, is my understanding. They were given to Mr. Armstrong. They were provided to Mr. Armstrong, who is our conduit. No, Mr. Armstrong is an investigator with our office, Mr. Shapiro. Apparently this was litigated, again, I wasn't around for the opening statements, but Ms. Clark says this was litigated during the course of the opening statement. I have no way of knowing one way or the other.
No, I'm just curious. My only question is, when were the copies of both tapes that you want to play given to the defense, or all three tapes?
My understanding would be late last week, and that's because I got involved with this late last week.
And to whom were they given?
They would have to, that information would have to come from Mr. Armstrong, because Mr. Armstrong is our conduit to filter all information to the defense for discovery.
Mr. Douglas?
Mr. Douglas does inform me that we did receive 2 videotapes, and we'll have to review those. If those are, as Mr. Lynch represents, the entirety of 3 days of outtakes, they should be quite lengthy, and I don't know how they would fit on 2 videos.
This, first of all, that's not accurate by Mr. Shapiro. And just out of deference to the young men and women who are exercising in this video, I don't think anyone would describe them as being in the geriatric class. These are people in the 20s.
Yeah, that's not helping me here. The issue is the offer of proof and whether or not you're going to play the whole thing in its entirety. That's all.
Your
I'm
Honor, this has been represented to me to be the aerobic exercise segment, the taping of that. It appears to have been all on one day. You'll see the time in the videotape. It is approximately 1 hour long. There are like 3 takes of one set of exercises, I think 2 takes of another set of exercises. There is before that this 40-minute or so period where Mr. Simpson is going through the introduction, the promotional.
We're going to have the doctor sit through all this?
No, I am not suggesting that, Your Honor. Mr. Shapiro is the one, he says, let's play it all the way through. I believe that the only relevant portion to the doctor is the physical exercise that Mr. Simpson is engaging in, which is the period of about an hour that occurs after the 40 minutes. And that's where I have it racked up.
You have it queued up to that?
I do, Your Honor.
Any other comment, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, the video that I reviewed, unless it's something different, is 70 minutes. And in order to get a proper perspective, it should be shown from beginning to end, because Mr. Simpson goes through numerous cycles, and he talks about how to exercise in the office, how to exercise on an airplane, how to exercise sitting down. And it will be very important for the jury to see what his exercise regimen is like. As far as the outtakes, they should be played definitely in their entirety, because, as the court is well aware, when commercial videos are made, they're made like movies, and they are cut in sequence. It's not just 70-minute shot and they put it on tape for commercial distribution.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right. I'll accept the offer of proof from the prosecution that they can, in fact, lay a sufficient foundation for the authenticity of the tapes and the manner in which they were made. The prosecution is not required to play the tapes in their entirety for the purposes of cross-examination. However, under 356, the defense may, on redirect, play it from beginning to end, if they so choose.
Your Honor, just to save time, we will so choose. So rather than start it once and then have to play the whole thing, we would ask the court to have it shown in its entirety, and the jury can be told it's at the defense request.
Your Honor, what I would suggest is I will play the exercise portion first, and then we can play the introduction. But the exercise is clearly what is the relevant portion to this.
I agree.
witness.
All right. I ruled. Let's have the jurors for another 30 minutes. Doctor, looks like we're going to see you again tomorrow. 6 o'clock, so we will finish.
Your Honor, just for the record, the printouts from the Elmo, there
Fine,
are
let's-
several that needed to be identified. One is 518 double B of the
All right,
abrasive.
let's take that up after we've concluded with the jury.
All right.
You wanted me to get the references to Mr. Merrill's testimony and Mr. Park's testimony?
Let's do that after let's try to squeeze what little we can out of the jury this afternoon. All right? Record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. Robert Heisiga is again on the witness stand. Mr. Kelberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, during the recess, did you count the number of abrasions that you identified on the left hand or wrist area of Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I did.
How many separate abrasions did you identify?
7.
And did you also count the number of cuts to his left hand?
Yes, I did.
How many did you identify?
3 cuts, one of which on the 4th finger had both an A and B portion.
And that's that ring finger, right?
Correct.
Now, doctor, you said that Mr. Simpson told you he got these injuries in Chicago. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
That he cut it on glass?
That's correct.
Doctor, I want you to assume that there's been testimony received in this case that blood that was genetically tested and found to match Mr. Simpson's was found in the foyer and driveway areas of Mr. Simpson's home on Rockingham.
Rephrase the question.
That there has been testimony received that tests have been performed on what appear to be blood samples from the foyer and driveway area of Mr. Simpson's Rockingham estate, that in the opinion of expert witnesses, that the genetic characteristics of those drops are identical to the characteristics of Mr. Simpson, and therefore they form the opinion
Rephrase the
that the experts have formed an opinion that the blood is consistent genetically with Mr. Simpson's. Okay?
Okay.
You have that understanding?
That's the hypothetical?
That's part of it.
Okay.
And further, that Mr. Simpson left Los Angeles to go to Chicago sometime after 11 o'clock in the evening of June 12th and did not return to Los Angeles until sometime after officers from the Los Angeles Police Department observed such blood in the foyer and driveway area of Mr. Simpson's estate and had it collected for purposes of the subsequent testing that I've asked you to assume was done and opinions formed as a result. And that also testimony has been received from Mr. Cato Kalin, that he had observed this before Mr. Simpson returned from Chicago to his Rockingham estate. Do you have all of that assumption?
overruled.
Do you have all of those assumptions in mind?
Can you repeat just the last one with Cato Kalin?
That Mr. Kalin had observed this blood in this area of the estate before Mr. Simpson returned from Chicago. Do you have all
Okay.
that assumption?
Yes, I do.
Doctor, in your opinion, would the kind of cuts that you observed in Mr. Simpson's hand, left hand, be the kind of cuts that can leave blood drops?
Yes, they can.
And in fact, is the hand one of the most vascular, that is, full of little blood vessels, areas of the human body?
Face, head, fingers, absolutely.
And doctor, assuming that Mr. Simpson, by saying that he injured his hand by breaking glass, was referring to an injury in Chicago on June 13th, do you have any information on how such blood, if it is in fact Mr. Simpson's, could have been left on the Rockingham foyer and driveway on June 12th.
My own,
Objection, Your Honor, we don't know when the blood got.
What's the nature of that objection?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Doctor, is your findings with respect to those cuts such that those cuts could be the source for blood droppings left by Mr. Simpson in his foyer and driveway on June 12th, 1994, before he left for Chicago?
Objection, Your Honor, to assume so many facts and it's so speculative as to the size of the drops, the amount of drops.
Sustained. Foundation.
Doctor, how much blood, if you have an opinion, would you expect such cuts in this highly vascular area of the hand to produce?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Lack of foundation.
Overruled.
when you slash a finger, basically what happens is you've got this outer layer, the epithelium, which is maybe a millimeter, which is, somewhere between a 32nd and a 16th of an inch. There's no blood vessels there. Then you go to the tissue right underneath. And of course in the fingers, unlike the rest of our body, you don't have that much tissue between the outside and the bone. So basically the dermis is going to be compressed somewhat, but you've got different layers. You've got the superficial layer of the dermis where there's going to be smaller vessels, although they're anastomosing, and you've got the deeper vessels. And occasionally even you have connections between the artery system and the venous system, because that's why the hands, when you're very cold, can get cold because the body says, I don't want to lose any heat through evaporation, and you'll shunt blood. So you can occasionally cut a vein that even bleeds a little bit like an artery, was what I was trying to say. So it's totally dependent on the depth of the cuts, and it's sometimes a haphazard sort of thing. The veins wind through. I think it's quite variable, but certainly cuts of this nature could bleed significantly. Again, in my personal experience working emergency rooms, I never see people cut themselves and then just let it bleed. I'll see somebody where they cut themselves and they come in with a dish rag around their finger. But again, with cuts that don't appear absolutely dissimilar, you can stain a dishcloth or something of that nature, absolutely. So I would say many drops.
And in the healing process, is it accurate that there can be something called a temporary clot that initially takes place in an effort to stop the bleeding?
Of course, once you cut the veins, or even if you happen upon an artery, the initial mechanism of clotting is that the platelets form a plug, and that plug then gets aided because the plug releases certain mediators, and then the fibrin comes in, which intercrosses and strengthens that plug. That is something that essentially happens relatively quickly. On the other hand, if it's on a joint or some other area, it may bleed longer with movement.
And that was my next question, that you can have a temporary clot, and then with movement of the hand, for example, such as Mr. Simpson's left hand, you can reopen what is that cut with the temporary clot, correct?
That is possible.
And you can have a rebleed, and then it'll temporarily clot again, and hopefully at some point the permanent mechanism of healing will have enough opportunity to take hold that you'll have no further bleeding. Is that correct?
I think that's accurate.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Now, Your Honor, I do have a video.
Your Honor, we just had a lengthy hypothetical, no question for us. We just strike all those questions as during the disregard the implications.
Overruled. Overruled.
Now, Your Honor, I do have a video. I'd ask that this be marked. I think we're at 520.
521.
521. It's entitled Playboy Entertainment Group, Inc., OJ Quad Split Tape 1. And I have cued it, hopefully, to the area where I wish to start the tape. And I'll ask Mr. Fairlow if he could, please.
All right, and this is for the purpose of showing...
For the doctor, yes, I would ask, Doctor, if you'll please watch this, and as an offer of proof, Doctor, I want you to assume this is Mr. Simpson engaging in activities that are being filmed for the purposes of a exercise video. that the filming is taking place around the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th of May 1994, sometime a little over 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks by the time we get to your examination of June 15th, but a little over 2.5 weeks before the date of the murders, June 12, 1994. So these are going to be repeated segments, that is, they reshot it multiple times. There will be a timer on it. I'll ask you to just follow as the videotape is played.
All right, Mr. Fairlaw, have you tested the audio level on this?
No, Your Honor, I have not. I'll start with
Sounds hot to me. Proceed.
And Your Honor, when it's first shown, if we could get the, stop it 1 second. That it had a time of 15, 17, I believe it was 01.
All right, thank you. Proceed.
we call easy pin.
No.
No. Okay, here we go, man. Easy impact. What? Okay, guys. All right, what we're going to start with is what we call easy impact. It's athletic, it's physical, and there's no dancing. What we've done is we've taken a lot of moves that you would use if you were competing in a sport and incorporated them in a cardiovascular workout for you ex-jocks, weekend athletes, and some of you couch potatoes out there. I know you guys can handle it. And here to help us with it is one of the best motivators I know, personal trainer Richard Walsh.
Thanks, OJ. All you guys have to do is be consistent with your workout and you're going to lose fat. It's that simple. We're also going to increase your energy, strengthen our joints, improve the shape of the muscles, get a nice flexibility going for us. We're going to do it all in 25 minutes, 3 days a week.
Okay, now this isn't a conventional aerobics workout. It's something that anybody should be able to do.
That's right.
If there's any part of this that you can't do, just don't do it. And sometimes there's some alternate things you can do that'll help you out. But we'll show you as we go along.
Right.
Why don't we get started, Dan?
All set?
All right.
Let's get going. All right, let's get going with just a real little bit of a warm-up here just to elevate heart rate, get a little blood to those muscles, and get loose. How you feeling?
Not bad, not bad. You know, when I first started playing ball, we didn't do much of loosening up.
That's right.
Now, we spend about 20 minutes before workout getting loose.
Oh, boy, this feels good to stretch it up and pull her down. Good, let's open up. We're just going to touch on some calves here. When we do this, keep the legs straight, but the knees soft. How the shoulders today, OJ?
All right, let's try it, huh?
All right. Oh, this is a tight area, is it?
Yeah. This is just to kind of get that blood flowing, right?
That's it. Better take them both right here. You know what we do? When we come up, let's pull them and pinch them down and back just a little bit. All right, ready to sit on down? Let's go. Easy. Easy.
I get used to this.
All right, get a good knee bend, you guys. How about a reach? How's this help your golf game?
This is great for my lower back, I can tell you that.
Let's do it again then. Ready? Here we go. Nice and simple.
The whole thing about playing golf is getting a turn.
That's it.
How to turn that waist up.
Let's take the arm over the head. I mean, I can get down in the 70s just by doing that. You tell me. Okay, my favorite. Little ice skating movement right here. At least it kind of looks like an ice skating
Yeah,
movement.
not quite.
Now, ready to rip an arm with it? Let's go. Here.
All right, we're getting closer to that ice skate.
Yeah. See, the more muscle groups we get involved, we get that heart really pumping. What do you say we take a step together?
Oh, yeah, we're getting there now.
Yeah, stay down nice and low, you guys. Let both arms stretch out. Here we go.
Now I got the air height.
That's it. That's it. Speaking of backs, OJ, let's take a step out and get the back. Here we go. Round, and we'll press it. Oh, man.
Now, if you haven't worked out in weeks or years, you should be able to do this.
Yep, exactly right. Careful on that lower back. Let's go one more time like this. Now we'll hold it right here. We're just going to take one shoulder up in the air like this. Keep a lot of weight forward. Just let the spine lengthen out. Let's bring it back center. We're just going to open up inner thigh. You don't have to be real low here. Oh,
Well,
really
this is
open
something
that
I
up.
would have a problem with because of my knees.
Yeah.
But
Let's go ahead and turn the other way.
I do feel the good stretch inside there.
Yep. Good, let's bring it back center, and then we'll go to the other leg here. So open up the inner thigh. Keep a lot of weight forward. Again, you don't have to be low. All right, let's bring this up. We're going to do a little calf stretch. When you do a calf stretch, make sure this knee stays right over the ankle. Should feel a great stretch right through here. Something you always want to do before you get started exercise. make a change. We'll go down to the OJ stance.
In my old track days here.
That's it. We're gonna try to drop this hip a little bit, open up this hip flexor right here. Good, let's knead the floor.
Okay, now this is something that I would have a little trouble doing because of my bad knee. Now, does this work for this?
That works
Can I
real
go
good.
back and go the opposite way?
Lengthening that hamstring right through there. And all we can do is stand right here, and that's just fine. Let's go to push-up position. Okay, ready? Let's go. Here, whole idea behind doing a few push-ups in the warm-up, just put a little weight on the upper body. Don't have to be real low, just keep the abdominals tight, the rear tight. Should I tell them?
Yeah.
You guys have a few push-ups ahead of you, so get ready for these. Good. That's it. That's it.
So this is mostly just to get your blood moving, right?
That's it. It's the whole idea behind the warm-up. Things I've exercised, you don't want to get started without warming up. Here and now. Speaking of warming up, great one for the shoulders and back. You know another good one for shoulders?
What's that?
Little shoulder press. Up and down. Here you don't even have to reach up real high. Just elbows a little bit lower, the shoulders above the shoulder. Okay,
Presses without the weight.
let's go. Let's take a walk back so I really get these guys moving here. Front, we'll go shoulder press. That's it. Just kind of air it out a little bit. Back, here we go. All right, last time. Okay, let's turn over at you, OG, and get the other calf stretch so we can get going on this movement here. Ah, that feels real good. Remember to keep this left heel or this heel on the floor. Stay up real tall with the spine. Okay, bring her down to OJ stance.
Ah, this is my favorite one. I get to put my hands down.
Drop this hip, just keep the spine nice and long as we do this. All right, let's bring it down. Get the
This one
hamstring.
I have to make an adjustment here
That's
because
it.
of my knees.
Remember, when you're tight in the hamstring, you tend to be tight in the lower back. You don't need to go far here. Okay, let's push her forward, take a walk up. Let's go. That's it.
All right.
How we feel? Better?
I feel like dancing. I'm already loose.
I thought we weren't going to do no dancing. Okay, now we're going to get into this. We're going to pick up the intensity just a little bit. Remember, you guys, I know a lot of you at home, you're sitting there saying, I'm a little funny about a lot of aerobic classes. They get a little dancey, a little bit wild stuff. It's going to look just like the sporting event movements, all right?
That's right, I'm ready.
Like OJ said, do what you can do. You're not competing against anybody, all right? So just stay loose and get her going.
All right. All right, now this is going to be easy impact. It's physical, it's athletic, and there's no dancing. Now we've taken a lot of moves that we'll use if you're competing in a sport, and we incorporated them into a cardiovascular workout. It's for you ex-jocks, you weekend athletes, and yes, even for you couch potatoes. And I know you can handle it. And here's a guy that's going to help us with it. One of the best motivators I know and personal trainer, Richard Walsh.
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, it's great. It's so good. Guys, all you have to do is be consistent with your workout, and you're going to lose a lot of fat. Along with increasing your energy, you're going to strengthen your joints, you can improve the shape of your muscles. We are going to strengthen the most important muscle in your body, and that's the heart. And you know what else? We're going to do this whole thing in 25 minutes, 3 days a week.
And it's easy to do. What we're doing here is something that everybody out there can do. And if there's a move because of some injury that you might have to some part of your body that you can't do, just sit out that one. Or maybe there's an alternate way to do it. Okay? You ready? I know you can handle it. Let's get started.
Let's get going, gang.
All righty.
All right, a little warm-up, okay? Let's go. Okay, nice easy warm-up. All we're going to do is get the heart rate up a little bit, increase the flow of blood and oxygen to the muscles, get nice and loose and ready to go.
Now, when I first started playing sports, you go out and you work out on your own. You never really did any training like this. You never did work out. Now, the teams come out, they take about 20 minutes with a trainer and get loose.
Let's go to a little bit of calves here.
Get that blood flowing, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna really loosen up those ankles. Let's take a shoulder with it. Here, that's it. How the shoulders feel today?
That's good. I tell you what.
Let's go both shoulders. Ready? Let's go. I'll tell you, it's so important to warm up for any type of sporting event that you do. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I know with me, it's tough in the mornings.
All right. Here. Here. It seems like a lot of men have a lot of problems with stiff or tight lower backs. So we're going to help that along a little bit. Here.
Well, for me, this is great from golf because I play so much golf that my back gets a little tight.
Okay, then let's sit a little bit lower and go after that lower back again. That's it.
Yeah, got a little long.
All right, let's just take it from let's get going. Okay. Let's try to everybody hold sections on the long arm. And, so, I'll just get on this. Thank you. Is there makeup here?
Hit the click on it, so let's get going.
And action.
Let's get going, you guys. Okay, we're gonna start off with a real nice, simple, easy warm-up, all right? All we're gonna do is elevate the heart rate, get a little blood oxygen going. So take it nice and easy, and we'll just touch on some stuff, okay?
That's right.
Okay, all set? Let's start off with taking the arms overhead. Here we go. Up, bring it down center, pull down hard. Let's do it again. Stretch nice and high. Legs out wide, some calves. Let's go. Boy, I'll tell you, OJ, you get moving in any type of activity, you want those calves and ankles ready. You know that better than
I
anyone.
sure do, especially in the morning. I have bad knees.
Yeah.
I need it in the morning.
Yeah.
What we're doing here is just getting the blood flowing, right?
That's it. Let's go. Full shoulders. Yeah, roll this down and back just a little bit. Seems like men are always holding that stress up in this area. Okay, sit her down. Ready? Let's go. I love this one right here for loosening that lower back.
Yeah. I'm a golfer, and I really like this one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, speaking of golf, this is kind of your swing. Nah, it's more working like my swing. Let's sit down a little bit deeper. Here we go. Remember, we're tight in the abdominals. We're lifting with the spine. We're sitting real still from baseline down. Let's go, arm overhead. You know, the whole idea here is just extend all the muscle groups of the upper body, get them going. Yeah, we'll do it without the arms. Here we go. Here, here.
Well, to do the arms. I
Yeah,
like this.
up and down. What do you say we add one more arm? I know you like that. Here we go. I'll tell you, the more we can involve upper and lower body muscle groups, the more we create that demand for oxygen. All right.
Right.
It's like that little old ice skating stuff
I
here.
like this one.
How about both arms?
All right, now we got the Eric Hyden working, right?
Just kind of reach it out. Now, speaking of back, what do you say we stop here and we'll just kind of round the back? We'll press on through. Round. Seems like all those men are so tight to the back.
Like I'm doing some kind of Watusi dance here.
Yeah, this is how I kind of dance a little bit. Good, let's hold it right here. Now, we're just going to take the shoulder up in the air. This is called a static stretch. Just putting and holding it. Let's bring it back center. We're just going to open up this inner thigh area. Remember, when we warm up, we want to warm up the entire joint in all planes and directions. Let's bring it back center. We're going to take the other shoulder up in the air.
I think you'd be amazed if you just did this every morning, how much better you'll feel.
I agree. Let's go back center and open up the other inner thigh. You don't have to be low here. Just bring this knee forward and keep your spine parallel to the floor, even if you're way up here. Okay, let's roll this up. Now the calf. Now, we talked about those calves before. Before we get going on aerobic activity of any type, running, jogging, or walking, we want to be loose there. Let's bring her down to what I call the OJ stance right here. All we're doing on an OJ stance is dropping this hip a little bit. Open up that hip flexor. You don't have to be low again. Okay, let's bring a change. We're going to go to the hamstring right here. We're just going to take the toe up in the air.
I have a little problem with that because of my knees.
Okay,
so
let's bring your arm up here. Let's bring your hand right up here.
Right up here?
Straighten this leg and pull her back.
Okay.
That's real good. That's all you have to do. Good, let's bring her down. We're going to go into push-up position. Tight abdominals, tight rear. Let's go. Now, the whole idea behind doing push-ups in a warm-up is just to put some weight on the joints.
So I'm not trying to build no muscle here. I'm just trying to get some blood flowing, huh?
You know what? I wasn't going to tell them, but I'm going to tell them. You guys have a lot of push-ups ahead of you, so keep good at these. Good, let's bring this up. All right, just a simple walk. Let's go. Start. Let's put the hands behind the back. We just did those push-ups, stretch chest, all right? Here, back. A little bit of a lunge right here. Okay, let's see those arms, OJ. Ready? Here we go. You know, arms just don't get enough work on that. One more time like this. Okay, let's take a real simple walk in place. Here we go. Okay, shoulders, upper back, hands together. Let's go. Here. It's called an upright roll. 2 more like this. Just put your hands together, the elbows higher than shoulders. Speaking of shoulders, let's go here and down. Just a real simple shoulder press. 2 more like this. 1 more time. Okay, now let's take upright every time. We'll go back. Here, here, here. Now shoulder press front. That's it. All we're doing is elevating the heart rate, getting up there a little bit more. Back. Here we go. 1. That's it. That's it. Ready to go forward? Okay, let's take a turn over to OJ and we'll get that other calf stretched out. Heel all the way down. So OJ's got going. He's got the heel right behind the toe. The length in here. Make sure this heel, OJ, stays right on the floor. Yeah, right through there. Okay, let's bring it down to OJ stance.
Which means I gotta go the other way.
No, you can take it, or you can put your elbow on your knee, OJ, if you can. That's it. There's the stance, I remember.
One I forgot.
Okay, knee to the floor and hamstring.
Now this one, I can do this.
Now the leg is straight, but the knee is soft. When we're tight back here, we tend to be tight in the lower back, so we really want to loosen this up. Okay, let's move it forward and take a walk. Let's go. All right, we're going to pick this up just a little bit now and get moving. All right, so we get that heart rate up, we got the breathing adjusted, and let's get it on.
I'm feeling so good now. Now I want to dance.
Well, we're not going to do that.
Anytime. Anytime. I bet, you know, a little spontaneity in there.
At 15:54. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the day. We have a dentist appointment for one of our jurors today, so we're going to have to break at 4 today. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Dr. Heisinger, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. All right, we're in recess.